Well, good morning, LG 2020. How are you? Thumbs up? Nice to see you on our Education and Lifelong Learning Day. We are so excited that you're here. All right, let me just do a real quick Zoom etiquette. You're all muted. It's awesome. Hi, Karen. Nice to see you. You're all muted. If you're using a portable device, please make sure you're not moving it a lot. Get it to a place where it's solid, because I get, thanks, Nate. I get dizzy easily. So, and we stay muted for now. I think we'll do the chat for questions, and Yvonne will be watching that. We are recording this for anyone who is going to miss the day or has to leave. We worked on the session last week, so that recording is going to go up pretty soon. It's really not all that easy to do, but we're making it happen. We're making it so. I'm going to be Captain Picard today. Wanted to remind you, we'll be sending you a notice tomorrow for next week with Steve Hawley, December 15th at 10 o'clock, correct? 10 o'clock, yes. So we're going to have a conversation with Steve Hawley, and based on your feedback from last week, we're going to have an open discussion about some of the suggestions that you made. So I hope that you will join us for that, that session. So it's a great opportunity to ask Steve whatever you want to ask him. He's a great guy. He's a good friend. He will be honest with you. So don't hold back, I guess is what I would say. So we are really happy to be here today. And I think that our leadership capacities are similar to we the people in being that leaders have to be visionaries. But I think for education and lifelong learning, it's more about being a visionary that helps creative thinking. In any organization, you really want to encourage creative thinking, and what better way to do that than through learning and lifelong learning. You know, anytime that someone says, I know that, I don't want to do, you know, I've already been there, done that. And I've had a lot of people that have talked about Leadership Genesee that say, I'm already a leader, I've done that, been there. And when I finally get them into the class, which I generally do, they always say they were surprised at how much they learned. They were surprised at how much they didn't know. They were surprised at how much they grew in the experience. So lifelong learning is precious to everyone, and we are happy to be able to do this with you today. So just wanted to mention that. Our evaluations, people, it's pathetic. It only takes a few minutes to fill in your evaluation. I know you can do it. We only received, I think, 11 evaluations from last week. We need your feedback, because as you can tell, we read them, we make changes based on them and improvements, and you know, do other things. So please give us your feedback. Anybody have anything that they want to announce or share with the group? I'll give you a second if you want to do that. Hold up your hand or unmute yourself. Anyone? I'm gonna make sure I don't miss. I'll have to go to my other screen. No announcements for the good of the group? No? Any feedback from last week that Charity?
With Batavia City School Districts being closed, if you know of any parents that need remote learning care or emergency childcare for their kiddos, the YMCA has full day spots available for remote learners. We have up to 45 spaces available. And I think right now we only have like 20, 25 a day being taken. We are keeping our classrooms to less than 15. Our students are practicing all social distancing. They all get health checked. So if you know of anyone in need, please let them know that we have space.
Charity, is that something you would want me to put in tidbits to hit all our alumni?
Yes, I can send you a link to our packet as well. So I will shoot on that.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Awesome, thank you. Any of the
Jim is raising his hand, sorry.
Sorry, Jim. Thanks, Yvonne.
I did want to embarrass one of my fellow LG members and just say that if you go to the Glow with Your Hands virtual website, somebody on this Zoom call does a very good job on a video at Liberty Pumps. And I think really showed the ways that we are bringing kids up to speed on the great careers we have in our community, but also showing great leadership skills. So if anyone hasn't put those 2 and 2 together, Tricia did a great job. So just want to give her some kudos.
And where is that video?
I think Karen Winters could probably help us out, but that is Glow with Your Hands virtual, all spelled out, .com.
All right, good. You went kind of fast, so I just wanted to be sure. We can put it in the chat. Awesome. Nice job, Tricia.
Thank you. Jim made me blush, but thanks, guys.
It's okay. It's good to blush. Awesome. Any other announcements? I don't want to miss anybody. This is the challenge of the Brady.
I got a quick announcement, and you might already know, but I have accepted the superintendency at Albion Central Schools. I'll probably be starting there sometime end of January, beginning of February. So
Wow.
Good
Mickey.
job, Mickey. Congrats.
Congrats.
thank you.
Oh, Mickey. Well, next door. You're next door.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
thank you.
I'm sure Byron Burgeon's going to miss you a lot. Oh, you can go through leadership lanes.
Ned doesn't have a mentor anymore.
What is
But
it?
I like my neighbor to the north a little bit better than the neighbor to the west.
Oh, here we go.
Ned and I will still share a border. Still share a border.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations, Mickey.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. All right. Any others? I don't want to miss you. It's so good to see you. I'm not going to cry. Somebody is still trying to connect. Teresa.
Yeah, Teresa has to come on both ways.
Okay. Got
I'm
it.
trying to trick my technological system by using my phone camera and my computer big screen to see you all.
Okay.
Problem solving.
Awesome. Okay. So I am going to turn this over now to our design team champions. We have 2 champions for this session who will introduce the design team and take it from here. So Danielle Rotundo and Rebecca McGee.
Certain.
Take it away.
We never know who's talking over who over here. So good morning, everybody. Just wanted to thank you all for joining us today. We're sad that we can't be in person, but happy to still be able to bring this day to you. Rather excited to be able to do that. So Danielle and I always enjoy spending this day with everybody as we walk through and getting to meet everybody. And then we get to usually see you all at the end at wrap up a couple weeks right after, but we'll look forward to some sort of mixer when we can have that come the springtime or late summer and get to meet you all in person then. So Danielle.
Yes, just thank you, everybody. Looking forward to an exciting day. For those who don't know me, I'm Danielle Rotundo. I know we started the year together way back in January together, and I'm back again. You get to see my smiling face most of the day. And as Rebecca said, we have a fun day kind of planned here for you. And then we got John. He's next on my box. If you want to say hello there, John.
Good morning, everyone. You want me to do my introductions then? Okay.
Go for it.
Again, John McGowan. I'm the Executive Director of Workforce Development, the Best Center at Genesee Community College. And I've been at the college now, almost 16 years. Formerly to that, I was at Eastman Kodak for 26 years in a wide array of different positions. Educationally, again, I know Peggy mentioned a lifelong learner. And I guess my start was GCC. I'm an 1985 graduate of GCC. a proud alum of GCC. And, you know, it's funny with GCC because talk about lifelong learning, James Habermas, who's now a professor at RIT in the IT world, he taught both COBOL and another IT class. And that was the one class I needed to graduate. And he actually worked with me extensively because I didn't have a clue or any interest at all in COBOL, okay, especially IT world. So, you know, from a lifelong learning, I got the spark just from Jim. And that was very impactful to actually send me on my journey to SUNY Brockport. I'm a graduate of BS in business and then master's in counseling at SUNY Brockport. And just recently in 2018, I am a proud graduate. I got my doctorate in psychology, motivation, and performance from University of Colorado at the Rockies. So I know all about remote learning because I did it for 7 years. And but it was a great journey. I love to learn, and I think Peggy said it very well with lifelong learning. It really makes an impact on your life. So, and then personally, I have 4 children. 3 live in the Buffalo area. 1 lives in Rochester. And I'm a proud grandparent of 8, range ages 6 months to 10 years. So, you know, the sad thing is, like anything else during the pandemic, it's tough to get away or for them to visit. But yeah, so that's kind of like my story. Thank you.
Excellent. Karen Winters, somewhere in this land. There you are.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Karen Winters. I'm from the Genesee County Business Education Alliance, BEA for short. I know several of you on this call, so I'm glad to just pop in and say hi. I unfortunately can't be on the call very long because I'm going to be teaching 2nd graders virtually, which is a lot of fun, but it's kind of like herding cats in a different format. So I'll be teaching kids about production and things like that. I'm no expert when it comes to virtual teaching by any means, but I think what you'll learn from a lot of the educators presenting today is 2020 has been the year of doing everything and anything that you never expected you'd ever have to learn how to do or execute. And I can say in my line of work that has definitely been the case. I want to give a huge shout out to the design team. Just because I feel like we've gone through plan A through plan Z of how we're going to execute this day, and our ability to pivot and switch at the drop of a hat has been an interesting journey. So just thank you to Rebecca, Danielle, everybody on the design team. It's been a pleasure working with you guys. And I too look forward to seeing you all in person again someday when that actually gets to happen. So I'll be popping off soon, but I just wanted to say hi to everybody, and I hope we have a really great day learning about education in Genesee County.
All right, great. Thanks, Karen. We also did have a couple other design team members who have been able to pop in, pop out throughout our program and planning. So thank you to them as well. It's been a challenging year for all of us, I'm sure we all know. So not being able to dedicate our full amount of time to the planning scenarios as we've gone through, but really do appreciate everybody's help at that as well. So just real quickly, I'm going to go over the learning outcomes for today as well. So first learning outcome is to discover the impact of educational standards on our community. Second is to learn about educational opportunities beyond the walls of our school. And lastly, identify the roles of innovation in education. So hopefully today you'll feel and get to see different demonstrations in each of those as we move through our day today. So looking forward to a great day. Danielle, what else you got?
The only thing I was going to add to that before we discuss our impactful teachers, everyone's little homework assignment, is just a little brief overview of the days, as she said, is so we have various speakers and educators coming in throughout the community coming in to talk to you guys today. We're going to try to keep it a little interactive as well. We do have a few breaks planned for the day too. And again, just as everyone else has been saying, I thank you guys all for your time. This is a topic that definitely affects everybody, some people more than others this year. So I'm really looking forward to listening to everybody and hearing everyone's stories today. So with that, I'd like to start off with, I'm going to have, is Karen still on or no? Yes. Karen, before you have to leave, if you want to start us off, if you can share with us your most impactful teacher that you've had throughout the years. It could be younger years, current years, whatever, and why.
Sure. So I am a proud graduate of Pavilion Central School, Golden Gophers. My most impactful teacher was my high school social studies teacher, Mr. Dixon. I believe he's still at the school, which makes me feel kind of young because every time I go back to Pavilion to work with teachers, they're all retired. The kids weren't even born when I graduated high school, so that makes me kind of feel sad. Mr. Dixon was impactful because he took, every 2 years, he took a group of students to Europe to travel, to see and experience history. He really inspired me to actually pursue a career in teaching. So I actually have my degree in social studies education. It didn't work out finding a social studies teaching job, so I kind of found a new route. But talk about somebody who really inspired your career. He's very impactful, and he was an awesome teacher. So that's my teacher.
Excellent. And John, are you still here? There you are.
Yeah, as I alluded to before with my introduction, again, Jim Habermas, he's a full professor now at RIT, but Jim just retired from GCC a couple of years ago. He spent like 35 years as an IT professor, but I still remember, again, 1985, and I needed that one class, and he just spent so much time with me outside the classroom. He said, John, don't give up, don't give up. You know, you got to work at it. So that always, just to him to say those encouraging words and spend time, my thoughts, and that's why I'm so thrilled to be an employee and an alum of GCC, because I think it's, you know, I think it's the heartbeat of the community as far as education. And if you're an adult, even our ACE students in high school, any adults that return into college or thinking about another career, it's just a great place to at least gain some self-confidence. So gave me a lot of self-confidence, and I'm, again, a proud graduate also of LG 17. And again, when we talk about lifelong learning, you know, there's so many impactful events or experiences that have impacted my life. So kudos to all of you for just taking the time today to learn and to be a sponge and just soak all this information and a wealth of experience. So thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Rebecca?
I would say my most impactful teacher was Debbie Murray. So she was at John Kennedy, and I think I had her in 4th grade. She also had my sister as well. So just a fabulous, wonderful person. I still see her regularly. Whenever I see her, we spend at least a half an hour catching up, just chatting. Every time I drive by her house to this day, I still honk, just so that she knows it's me. So just really inspired and just really helped to push me along in school, and just remembering to always stay positive. So she will be a teacher I will never, ever forget.
Thank you. Peggy? No crying.
Oh, I know. I think one of my, there's quite a few, but I'm going to go back to my kindergarten teacher, Miss Dunn, and she became Mrs. Majors, Robert Morris School. And to this day, she sends me a birthday card. She was one of the most loving, and still is, sorry, Mrs. Majors, people, because when I was in kindergarten, believe it or not, I was scared of my own shadow. And probably for a lot of my youth, I was just one of these kids that didn't have the confidence to stand up for myself, or, you know, I was just always scared when I was a little kid. Don't ask me why, just, you know, some kids are like that, I guess. And she was just so loving and so wonderful. And my daughter, had the opportunity to have her in kindergarten as well. And one of the things that they did were they did shadow pictures of you. So I have in a frame my shadow picture and my daughter's. So her love, I think, of people and care and concern, I think that's has stuck with me. Right, that's it. Done.
There was almost a tear there. I see it. And it's only 9:20. Yvonne?
My teacher that had the most impact was actually a gym teacher, Bobby Gavel, and she just had a way of pushing you, but not making you feel bad about yourself. I'm not athletic in any way, and I never have been. She was also my volleyball coach. I didn't play much, but she was out there pushing me and, you know, not letting me give up, but not making me feel bad about my inability to play volleyball or any sport for that matter. But and to this day, I see her and we hug, and she'll ask me about my brother who was athletic. So she's just someone who made me feel like it was okay not to be the best and to just still give your best, give your all. So it would be Bobby for me.
Excellent. For myself, a lady that, for those who are from Batavia, may or may not know, is Patty Pacino. Mrs. P for me was, number one, she was always Mrs. P. And she was our career, in high school for me, she was my career counselor. But she was a lot more than that. She was also my Girl Scout leader at one point. She's just a great friend, and she was just always there for me, always helping me, guiding me, getting me kind of on a right direction or a right path, so to speak. So that was, for me, who was the most impactful for me. And still to this day, kind of like Rebecca said, you drive by, anytime I see her, you know, always with those crazy huge glasses and, you know, always willing to give you a hug and smile and etc., you know, just like anyone mentioned. So all right, Rebecca, you want to go from there?
Sure. I'm just going to call as I see on my screen. So Mickey, you're first.
What am I talking about? My favorite teacher?
Yes, please.
All right. So my favorite teacher was Mrs. Thompson, was my 5th grade teacher. Believe it or not, she reminds me so much of Peggy. Back in the day, I'm kind of looking around. I don't know how many people are as old as I am. Back in the day, we used to get spanked in school. We had this big old the Board of Education, and believe it or not, I found my fair share on the end of that. And most of the time it was Mrs. Thompson, but every time she whooped my butt, afterwards she'd turn around and just tell me how much she expected better of me and that I could do better. And then she'd give me a big hug and told me she loved me. So that's always stuck with me.
Great, thank you. Jim?
For me, it would be Rick Woodson, who was actually one of my instructors at Brockport. You know, he was probably the first person ever, like, it's crazy to say, but like, not just teach you something, but say, okay, here's how you need to apply it, and you need to go out and do it right now. And he sent 20 kids over to the school president's office, all asking to speak with him, which was a disorganized mess, but that was probably one of the more impactful things of like, okay, yeah, you have to go and apply all these things. It's not just learning information and facts.
Great, thank you. Teresa? Oh, I caught you in a mid-sip. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Mine would be Mr. Edgar. I actually never had him as a regular class teacher, but he was our student newspaper advisor. And he really cultivated a love of writing for me, not just academically, because, you know, you're with the newspaper, you can be a little bit more creative. And he really encouraged me to move in the direction, this will shock you guys, of like opinion and advocacy type articles. I wrote a very compelling article at one point about the fact that we had a New York State Championship field hockey team, and there were no cheerleaders for that team, and a not quite as successful football team, and a wealth of cheerleaders for that team. So we actually ended up with some guys who took it upon themselves to be cheerleaders for the hockey team after my article. So Mr. Edgar was just, he had a love of language and a love of expressing yourself in writing. And I really got a lot from having him as my teacher.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Nate, are you there? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, hello. So my favorite teacher from school was Mrs. Borowski, 8th grade social studies. And, she was awesome for me, helped me through a lot. And also her teaching style was so memorable. I have to mention also I think the question was impactful teacher. And I always say my former boss from Community Action, Ed Fancher, who passed away last year, is we worked together for 10 years right across the hall from each other. And he taught me more about work and life and learning than anybody else in my life.
Wonderful. Susan?
Good morning. So my I was better friends with teachers than I was students, so everybody was kind of impactful, but the one I usually tell as my favorite teacher was my high school biology teacher, Mr. Job. I constantly broke the curves in the class, but he never made me feel like a teacher's pet. He just let me be smart. He was a really great teacher and super enthusiastic about biology and science, and I credit a lot of my basic biology knowledge to him and love of science. And so it was a really good class to be in, and I miss Mr. Job. But yeah, he let me be myself and be my intelligent self without, making me feel like I was so super special or anything. So. That's it.
That's the best. Trisha. Hi, Trish.
Hi, Rebecca. Good morning, everybody. So my most impactful teacher was Mr. Lester. He was my 9th grade science teacher. And that was a very hard time in my life because my parents were actually separating. And so it was affecting my showing up to school, my homework, my test grades, everything, and not just in his class, but throughout. He was the one teacher who found out what was going on. He worked with me. He had me stay in after for, extra help. So he was there to help me and guide me through it all and get me back up to where I needed to be. And what's really funny about it is that a lot of people were really scared of him. He was this really big, burly guy, and I did hear him yell at several people many times, but for some reason, he and I just really got along, and he really showed that, somebody can care, not just in their classroom, but to help you get through all of that. So he made a huge impact on me.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ned.
Favorite teacher was Mrs. Coles in 6th grade. And ironically, last year I had my 2 daughters at Panera, and I'm walking with my soup and sandwich, and I hear Ned Dale. And much to my surprise, she remembered me, and I introduced my 2 daughters. And then she said, "What do you do for work, Ned?" And I said, "Oh, I'm a superintendent of schools." And I'm just glad she didn't choke on her salad because she was a little caught off guard. She saved my life. She was a great lady. My parents were going through a horrific divorce at the time, and she cared more about me than homework. And it just always sticks in my head that we sometimes have to forget homework because we don't know what kids are going through at home. So, and make sure that it's about, the take care of the kid first. and then they'll work hard for you. And I worked hard for Mrs. Coles. But it was great to see her last year, and she's just a gem. So she made a difference.
Awesome. I have to ask, Ned, did like the hair on the back of your neck stand up like when you heard her say your name?
Well, I remember I had heard Ned Dale a few times in my life. And so, yeah, she used the same tone in Panera that she used in 6th grade when I was maybe, I might have got talked too much on my report card from Mrs. Coles every quarter. So yeah, it stood up. And then the girls laughed because they said, Dad, it looks like Mrs. Coles saw a ghost when she saw you. So but yeah, it was great to see her. And, you know, it was also great as someone who's almost 50 to be able to say thank you to a lady that I really cared about and really needed at that time in my life. So.
Too funny. John.
So my most impactful teacher was my high school math teacher. I had Paul Sondel 3 out of the 4 years when I was in high school, all the way up through AP Calculus for a couple of reasons. I just thought he was very dynamic in the way he would, you know, math sometimes can get very tedious, very boring, and he just had a way of explaining concepts. Even when you're talking about, you know, AP Calculus, you know, he just had a way that made the students understand exactly what we needed to do. But besides that, he took just a personal interest. I played baseball through my high school career, and he'd always ask me about the practices and the games. And he was just really compassionate and really caring. And, you know, there was a point in time when I was a senior in his AP Calc class that he pulled me aside and said, you know, John, you seem to have a gift with numbers. And he's like, you know, I could see you being a wonderful math teacher, which I ended up turning out to be. And the greatest thing is after my student teaching, I was called back to work with him. So my first, you know, teaching job after student teaching was working side by side with him. And I'll just never forget that he really drove me by saying, hey, I see a gift in you, you know, albeit it's numbers, that, you know, that kind of set my path and my future. And every once in a while we'll still talk. You know, I miss him a lot, but he's the one that kind of set me on my way to be a teacher and, you know, to work with numbers. And it was, he was great.
Wonderful. Thanks, John. We're going to do one more, and then we're going to finish up the group in a little bit later because we have our first guest. Karen Green is going to be joining us here in just a moment. So Eric, you're the last one on my screen for the moment.
All right. Hey, class 2020, what's up? So my most memorable teacher was my freshman year at MCC, Tom Prietti. You know, lecture class, 200 kids. And of course, you know, I was goofing off the first day. And ever since, so the second class, he calls me by holiday. Like, oh, what is this dude doing? Like 200 kids, you're picking on me, what's going on? So whatever, this goes on throughout the semester. So we're sitting out and I don't know, we were eating lunch somewhere and he yells holiday across the freaking lunchroom at MCC. I was like, what is this guy's deal? So come to find out, we're talking one day, he's like, you have something that some of these kids don't have. You just need to, you know, corral it in, harness it in and just go with it. And, you know, so we were out, I think it was baseball practice or whatever it was. This guy's on the sideline stalking. I was like, this guy really likes me. So to this day, we still talk. He sends me Christmas cards. And I go to his family owns a restaurant in Rochester, and I go to his restaurant, and he's just the nicest guy. And I don't know, me clowning around actually helped me get some guidance here.
Sometimes that's the best. We all just need that to be able to know we've got a personality in there.
Well, real quick, too, I want to flip the script. So I'm getting with my parents. We're getting together for our wedding and stuff. We're picking out guests. And there's this name on the sheet. I'm like, Mom, who the heck is this person? Galucci. I was like, who is this? She's like, oh, that's your kindergarten teacher. I'm like, Ma, I'm 35 years old. What are you doing talking to my kindergarten teacher? She's like, no, we've been friends ever since you were in kindergarten. I was like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. So apparently I had an impact on my kindergarten teacher for some reason.
Oh, that's too funny. Wonderful. Well, thanks everybody for the first group sharing. The second group, we will catch up with you. But I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Peggy.
Thank you. Karen, hello. Are you there? I think you
I'm
are.
here.
All right. So I'm going to do a screen share. This is my dear friend, Karen Green, who is the principal of St. Joseph Regional School. And we're really happy that she's here today to talk about what a small private school has gone through. So I'm going to get her screen up in just a second. So excited this is working, Karen.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad I checked in a little early so I could hear your stories this morning. I said, as I'm sitting here listening to some of you, when you make connections with kids and you show them and tell them that you care, the results can be pretty amazing and they're everlasting just from listening to your stories. It's pretty powerful being a teacher. And as the leader of our school, that's what I want for all of our kids. So kind of neat hearing that today. Can you go back one slide? There you go. Yep,
Yeah,
thanks.
sorry about that. It went faster than me.
Again, thanks for having me here. So I thought I'd start out for any of you that are not familiar with our school. So I am the principal at St. Joe's here in Batavia. I have been at the school for 25 years and 15 of those years as principal. We are the last remaining Catholic school in Genesee, Orleans, and Wyoming counties, and that has been a big change over the last few years. So we want to see our school to continue here in this community and have it as an option for families that choose to have their kids come to our school. So just some background information. Our current enrollment is at 175. We are a pre-K through 6 building. That is a change this year. We transitioned our 7th and 8th grade students over to Notre Dame High School this fall. Some of the reasons for that, we've had conversations about that for years. Partly because a lot of our 7th and 8th graders take advanced programming. Another big reason is that most of our students in those grade levels were doing modified JV and varsity sports. It was oftentimes hard for families going back and forth and trying to find transportation for some of these things. So it had been a conversation. And when COVID came, it became more of a conversation. We decided it was a good time to transition those kids. It helped us to move our school all into one building this year so that we did not have kids coming back and forth from our annex building to our main building. We were able to consolidate some, and we felt that would be a good plan moving forward with all that we were going to have to tackle at the beginning of the school year. So the transition has gone very well, and almost all of our kids, I know it was over 90% of our kids, ended up transitioning to Notre Dame this fall in 7th and 8th grade. We currently have 28 faculty and staff. It includes our teachers, some classroom aides. We have a full-time nurse who's very busy this year, as you can imagine. We actually did increase her hours this year from what we've had previously to have her here staffed and helping with things. We have a social worker who's also very busy this year also. She's three days a week. We contract through Catholic Charities for that. We have a Title I reading teacher who is here 4 days a week, working with our kids in academic intervention services for reading. We have a full-time special education teacher. We have maintenance, custodians, a cafeteria director, a secretary, and our own business manager. I've given you our current tuition rates for this school year. You can see that they are prorated a little bit for families that have more than one child. And I also wanted to mention that about 23% of our students are receiving financial aid this year. They receive it through an organization called the Bison Fund. It is housed out of Buffalo. Our families applied to that to be approved, and we should get about $34,000 in assistance this year to help our families pay for their tuition. I oftentimes get asked too where we are in our Business First rankings each year. In our last rankings, which were in 2020, our elementary, which would have been our 4th grade, was ranked 70th out of 252 elementary schools, and our middle school was 43 out of 191. So we're pretty proud of that, that we've got a strong academic program, and that's been continuing for about 152 years now. So, and I think the biggest news of this year is that we were able to open our doors in September. We've been in session 5 days a week, and today we reached day 62. And for every day that we are in school and have our kids here is a good day. So next screen. So I have to say, when one of my teachers approached me and asked me if she could hang this bulletin board up in our hallway, I knew the year was going to be unique. So if you're going to wear your mask, you need to treat it like your underwear. Don't want to borrow it or lend it. You got to change it daily. You got to make sure it's clean. Don't share it, and make sure that it's snug and not too tight. Out of all of those things, the thing that we have the biggest challenge with is keeping it snug. Oftentimes they want to pull it down below their nose, particularly, and it falls down below their nose. But generally speaking, our kids have been absolutely phenomenal about wearing their mask. It's like natural. They know when it needs to go on, when it needs to go, when it can come off, and they're doing a great job. So our next screen, I thought I would show you again. It's a lot different in our classrooms this year. We had to pretty much remove everything that would normally be in our classrooms so that we could provide space for our desks. This is a second grade classroom. This would normally have had tables, chairs. Kids would have been working in groups throughout the day. So all of that furniture had to be removed, and we had to go down into the basement and find our old standard desks again. We spaced them 6 feet apart so that the kids would not have to wear masks all day long. And we also gave our teacher space so that she would have space up front to be by her interactive board, and she would not have to have her mask on, particularly teaching our younger grades, which we want them to be able to see what's going on in their teacher's mouth as they're talking. I also loved her bulletin board this year. We've got this covered. You know, we tried to make things positive because we knew the kids had been out of school for 6 months. It was going to be different. And so we tried to keep things positive and a little sense of humor once in a while. Go on to the next slide. So we had written 3 grants last year to put in a makerspace in our building. And for those of you that are not sure what a makerspace is, it's a space that kids can go to and they can create, they can design, they can build. We have a lot of engineering projects in the makerspace, a lot of technology, a lot of coding activities. We have a 3D printer that they have access to, and there's a lot of arts and crafts type activities in there too. So some days our kids go to this space and we assign them something to do, and other days we give them free rein to choose what they want to do. You'll notice there's Legos, there's building items. One of the girls is creating something with marshmallows and toothpicks. So as much as we can, we're trying to put things in baggies so that the kids will have their own little supplies to use, and then they can take them home. But if they choose to do the Legos and other activities, we do have to disinfect after each class and make sure they're disinfected for other classes to use. So you'll notice all of our pictures are very different with our kids this year, and masks. When they can't be 6 feet apart, we do require them to keep their masks on, and it's become just standard procedure around here. Go to the next slide. We also had to put barriers in, especially for our 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. Those grade levels were we already had students that were up in the 20s. So we were not able to get their desks 6 feet apart. So we did invest in barriers. Some of them are floor models that go from the floor all the way up, and some attached to the desk, like you can see in the middle there. We've just found that they are another thing that we can add to the classrooms to keep the kids safe. Of course, they were very intrigued by them at first. Some of them say they feel like they're in a fish tank. But again, they've become very familiar with those also, and they don't even pay much attention to them anymore. I also want you to note the signage at the bottom of my screen, because our building is full of signage for our kids as reminders about when to hand sanitize and when to wear their masks and how to wash their hands and to make sure they're doing good habits at all times. So what has it been like educating during a pandemic? It's definitely been an interesting year. Not something that I think I ever would have thought I'd be leading our school through, but we're doing well. One of the first challenges was developing a reopening plan over the summer, and with very short notice. The non-public schools received their information a week later than even the public schools did, which only gave us a matter of days to put together a reopening plan and submit it to our local health department and state ed. We also were required to communicate this to our school families in a timely manner and before school started, so that any questions that they had or concerns could be addressed prior to that. So it made for an interesting summer for sure. And also trying to prep a building, reconfiguring all of our classrooms. We had to reconfigure our cafeteria, our gym space, our tech lab. And we also put in an outdoor learning space so that the students could go outside whenever the weather cooperated and could be outside and out of their classrooms a little bit. As you can imagine, we're constantly buying PPE. We want to have masks here for anyone that may forget a mask or a damaged mask. For all of our faculty, staff, and students, we've had to up our products in regards to disinfectants, the barriers in our classrooms, hand sanitizer, cleaning products. We purchased an electrostatic sprayer so that we can disinfect all of our classrooms. It's our final procedure at the end of the night when our cleaning crew gets done. And we also invested in a couple of air purifiers so that we have some of those on both floors of the building, circulating air and keeping that air clean. It was a big job over the summer and getting ready for that. It was also a big job preparing my faculty and staff. A lot of unknowns, things were changing on a daily basis. Trying to communicate that to everyone, trying to keep up on top of everything was challenging, still is today. Our professional development pretty much focused all about reopening the school and what that was going to look like, what the new expectations were. I also went in and I checked all of their classrooms before we opened up to make sure that there was not something that concerned me or something that might have needed to be removed. Most of our furniture was removed, and our annex building has become a storage unit for this year. Our hope is that all of our 21st century classroom furniture will be coming back into our classrooms hopefully next year. It's also been challenging keeping the staff morale up this year. Again, a lot of unknowns and the ups and downs and the concerns with the rates, going up in our community and things, the positive results going up. It causes concern for everyone. So we spent a lot of time just trying to keep everyone's morale up here. And our goal still is to try to keep our kids in school as much as possible. We also do screen our students. I know I get asked that a lot. We screen our students every day as they enter our building. So we have 2 doors that they can enter and their temperatures are checked each morning. But we know that is not always the best and accurate information for us because many of the kids that have tested positive do not show temperatures. It's oftentimes something as simple as a headache. So, but it is still a great screening process as they walk in, and it gives me a chance because I do work at one of the doors every morning to see the kids and to check in with them and just make sure everybody's doing okay. And we spent a lot of time educating our students about wearing their masks. Our policy is when you stand up, you mask up, and they know that. When you stand up at lunch to take your tray back, you have to mask up. If you ask to go to the bathroom, you put your mask on. It's just become second nature around here. Okay. So we tried to get a little creative too with our programming. I mean, we've always been proud of our hands-on programming here and our stream programming. And so again, it's harder sometimes to put kids together in groups to do things. So we've tried to be creative with that. We did design paths for our students to walk in the morning. So they are to stay on their paths to go to the correct door and be screened. And we did little squares in the parking lot and they stand on their square to wait to enter the school. And so to make it fun at the start of the year, we let the kids each choose a square and they were able to design something on it. We wanted it to be positive so that as you're walking into school, you see some good messages that start you off on the right foot each day. We also, I encouraged my teachers to try to get out into the community. So there was some walking field trips going on to the cemetery, to the Holland Land Office, ways that we could still get the kids out of their classroom because they are in their classroom all day except for gym, recess, and cafeteria. Our special area teachers push into the classroom. And I'm happy to say that our hands-on learning has stayed in place. With the next gen science standards, our kids are being asked to do 70% of hands-on science learning, and we're still able to provide that for our kids on a weekly basis. And you can see some of the results in those pictures that I'm sharing. Okay. So our enrollment, we have a lot of questions. A lot of people ask me questions about that too. Where's your enrollment this year? And our enrollment definitely did go up. In fact, if we had more space in our building, we could have accepted a lot more students, but we did not have space for them. I felt it was only fair too to our families that had been here for years or had committed to us that we kept the numbers to a minimum for them. We wanted to make sure our pre-K through grades 3 would be able to have 6 feet between them and that they would not have to have their masks on all day long. We knew it would be challenging for our younger students. Our 4th, 5th, and 6th already had larger numbers, and we knew that it was going to be a different challenge for us with those students because they were not going to be able to be without masks all day long, but we did put the precautions in place to allow them some breaks from all of that. So we have a waiting list right now for all of our grades except for our pre-K. And I think our pre-K is a little bit lower this year just because I think a lot of families have just decided they're going to hold off on sending their kids to school right now. It's not mandatory. And that many of them have told us that when things start to settle down, they'll be re-enrolling their kids at our school. So we do max out at 16 in our pre-K and 18 in grades K through 3, and then we've kept it at 22 for grades 4 through 6. We also get asked how we're doing fundraising, so that has also changed. We had to cancel all of our spring fundraising events, which again, bring money in for our school, and it's very much needed. We had to cancel our Penny Carnival, our Walk for Education, and our biggest sale each year, which is our Mammoth sale each year, had to be postponed. So the 2 Penny Carnival and Walk for Education, we did not even reschedule. We just let those be as they were, but we did know that the Mammoth sale, we had been collecting materials and items for all school year, and we had a number of items that we really had to remove from storage units and from our building. And so it was decided to host mini sales instead. So we were able to do a mini sale in August, one in September, and we just recently had one here in November. We're doing them when the kids are out of the building on breaks so that they are not part of that, and then we can do a good disinfecting when those events are done. And because we only can allow 50 people in our cafeteria at a time or in our gym at a time, we decided that it was important to do multiple day sales to keep the number of people coming in our building smaller. That has worked very well. And we also had to make sure that they were going to follow all the procedures that we have in place in our school throughout the sale in regards to disinfecting, proper signage, monitoring everything, and having a plan in place. So we've tried to think creatively. We had a Thanksgiving pie sale for the first time. We've never hosted that, and we sold over 715 pies. So it was very successful. We were very, very pleased with the results of that. We're also putting together a school cookbook, and then we will sell that to our families or anyone else too to try to raise the money. We're hosting a virtual meat raffle coming up in January, and we're also doing an annual giving campaign. So it's minimizing the amount of activities that we're having in our school, but still trying to raise the funds that we need to keep our school going. So I also get asked about the CARES Act funding and whether our school received any benefits from that. And we did receive some benefits from that. So with the CARES Act, we are able to we have to basically use the funds from our Title I students, which are students that are on our free and reduced lunch list. So we can submit those numbers to our public school districts, and then the funding comes back to us from the public schools. So if, for instance, there were 10 students on the free and reduced lunch through Batavia, we would receive funding for those 10 students in our school. So with the money that we've received so far, we were able to purchase an electrostatic sprayer, and a picture of that is in the center there, and the disinfectant to go with that. I was trained on how to use it myself and have used it many times. I look like a Ghostbuster going around the building, but it is very efficient. It's very quick, and it was a great purchase. We also use some of our funding to purchase classroom barriers. And I'm also, with some of the funding that's coming in from some of our districts, even in the last couple of weeks, I'm going to try to increase the hours that we have our reading teacher in our building. We contract through a company called Catapult Learning, and I'm going to try to utilize some of our funds so that we can be working with some of our kids that still have some gaps in the learning from being out of school and being in distance learning last year. Otherwise, everything that we purchased, disinfecting wipes, Lysol spray, hand sanitizer is all coming from our budget, which was something that obviously we would not have budgeted for in last January. So it is an added expense for our school. And we're doing fine with finding products. We have a couple of organizations that keep us updated on things. And whenever things open up, we certainly put orders in so that we always have things stocked up in case we are running out of things or if there is a shortage. So any questions that anyone has at this time, I'd be happy to help answer any questions that you might have.
I'm going to stop sharing, Karen,
Okay.
so we can see. Any questions from anyone? You can unmute yourself or put it in the chat. Anyone? Going once?
I just wanted to say, Karen, it's nice to put a name with a face, and at Alba, we're always I try
Hi,
to
Ned.
get right back to Karen. She is a gem to work with. I know Carol reaches out to her and make sure that, you know, the title money is getting there back and forth, and we get your requests. So hopefully we'll continue to be good partners. And again, it's always appreciated.
Yeah, same here. I said, I can't say enough the relationship that I have with all of our public school districts here in not only Genesee County, but in the outskirts too, and how well everyone works together and looks out for each other. And I have to say that, you know, most of my colleagues are in Erie County, since we are in the Diocese of Buffalo, and that's not always the case between the non-public schools and their public schools. And I can say hands down that every district that I work with is absolutely a pleasure out here. So it's great. Yeah.
I just wanted to tell you that Charity Bruning said, we love having your St. Joe students in our after-school program at the Y. You have a great group of kiddos. And Gavin said, you're doing a great job.
Thank you. We do have a great bunch of kiddos. I get asked a lot, wow, you've been there a long time. Why do you keep doing that? But that's the reason right there I mean, we just have the best kids, the most supportive families, and very blessed to be here and to have been a part of this for the last 25 years. Yeah. So we want to see it continue. There's certainly going to be some challenging times ahead. We have lost our funding from both our parish and our diocese for, it looks like, the next 2 years. That's substantial amounts of money for our school. In the 100,000s range. So, you know, we've got some work cut out for us in regards to fundraising and bringing in some funds from other areas in the next couple of years. We do hope that things will square themselves around in the next couple of years, but there's a lot of unknowns, especially with all that's going on in our diocese right now. So, yeah. Any other questions? This is the first. I usually get lots of questions, especially those people who are not familiar with Catholic school or private education.
It's also nice for me to put a face with a name because I'm your local librarian. So, you know.
Yeah. Again, another great partnership. We have our kids normally go to the library every week and use Richmond Library as a resource for our kids. It's right. They can walk right out of the parking lot. It takes them 2 minutes to get there and take out books each week and utilize their great programming. So we're on a little hiatus right now, but we're hoping to get back into the swing of things after the holidays.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Karen, who is your most impactful teacher?
Gosh, well, as I was listening to all of you, I said, you know, I oftentimes get asked, I'm a product of public education. Everybody thinks I must have gone to Catholic school, and I did not. And I was thinking back, I had a terrible first grade teacher. I'm going to tell you, a terrible first grade teacher. So it's hard because when people say, who was your favorite teacher, my mind automatically goes to that very abusive teacher that I had in first grade. But what happened after first grade was what was wonderful. And that was my second grade teacher and turned things around. Yeah. So, I think truly, I hate to thank my first grade teacher because it was an awful year. But I think part of that was the reason why I went into education, because I did not ever want to see, you know, kids be put in a situation like that, to be scared to go to school and to be, you know, verbally abused on a daily basis. So, so my second grade teacher was definitely the one that showed me what it could really be like in a classroom and changed all that for me. And I think she's truly the one that, you know, got me into education.
Oh.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Karen, is
Yes.
there anything that you've put in place because of COVID that you will keep at the school no matter what? Or some new thoughts or ideas or things that you've had to do because of COVID, but will keep no matter what?
Yeah, we have said that there are actually things that that are kind of nice. There are a few things. You know, our kids do go down to the cafeteria each day and they're 6 feet apart and it's actually quieter. Love that. I'm spending a lot of time in the cafeteria because we have so many more lunch periods and the kids are so spread out. So a lot of my day, sometimes an hour and a half of my day is downstairs in the cafeteria, just helping to monitor the kids and making sure that that runs smoothly. But we have said there's something to say to having them spread out down there. Their manners and their behaviors are just so much nicer because they're not in such close contact with each other. You know, playing with food, throwing food, all of those things have minimized. It are just natural things that young kids like to do. We also have said, you know, we don't have anyone coming into our building during the day. Even deliveries, we have them drop them off at the door. There are very few interruptions in our building, and it really makes for quality, good education and teaching in our building on a daily basis without the daily interruptions that oftentimes, you know, would come in and out of the office throughout the day. Those are definitely two of the things that we have said are little perks. So I don't know if they'll continue after, but we have definitely noticed that.
Great question. Well, Karen, thank you. We really
Yes,
appreciate
thanks for
your-
having me today.
You bet. So I've got the slideshow. If anyone wants it shared, I can share that with them.
Sure.
And,
Sure.
Have a great day, Karen. Thank you.
Thanks. Same to all of you. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Karen.
You too.
All right, well, thank you again to Karen Green from St. Joe's to be able to present with us this morning. Next up, we have Mike Agello, who is the assembly supervisor here at Liberty Pumps. He is also an LG graduate of 2015. And he is the current school board president at Elba Central Schools. And I will also, unbeknownst to Trisha, I will take credit for Mike Agello and we'll thank him for coming in today. Trisha and I go back and forth. Do we love Mike or does he drive us crazy? So today I will love him because he's come in to give us a little bit of an update on what's going on at Elba. And I think he owes me a favor or two. So I think that's why he's here too.
Yes, so thank you, Rebecca. I'm gonna share this screen and hopefully it works because I don't know that I've done this yet with all the Zoom meetings I've been to. So hopefully this works. Can you all see that? Yeah, okay, great. So yeah, you know, it's a little bit nerve wracking. You know, I'm not an education expert. I'm just a guy that got involved with a school district, you know, following Karen. She gives a great presentation and she knows what she's talking about. And then, you know, it's pretty intimidating reporting on education in front of 3 superintendents. So, you know, a lot of times you can, usually I'm the subject matter expert when I give a presentation. To have those 3 guys in the audience, I'm a little bit nervous. But, you know, in all seriousness, those guys, you know, they've been faced with some pretty severe challenges this year, and we're fortunate to have them in our community and working through them. So they've done a great job. So, you know, hats off to the 3 of them and all the other school districts as well. So a little bit about myself first. I am a graduate of 2015. I'm married and have 2 daughters that do go to Elba, a senior and a freshman. So that's been pretty interesting with a couple of teenage daughters during this time. I am the president of Elba School Board. I've been a member for 7 years, I think. Time kind of flies by. I've been the president. I want to say it's been 4 years that I've been the president of the school board. And it's kind of funny when I run into old teachers, they're like, what the heck's going on in Elba that you're the president of the school board? Some of them are pretty amazed with that, but I guess that's because I had good teachers. I am newly elected as a town councilman in Elba. And as Rebecca said, I'm the assembly supervisor here along with Trisha, and I've been here for about 8 years. And before that, I spent quite a while in research and development with General Motors. So here I am. I like to show this picture. This is me graduating Leadership Genesee, and you'll notice I have a beer in my hand. I don't know that Peggy was too happy with that I was walking down the aisle with a beer in my hand, but I don't know that I recommend that for you guys, but it did come in handy during the long graduation. So we'll talk a little bit about the COVID reopening plan at Elba, and then the budget process, and then we'll have some time for discussion at the end. So it's been interesting to say the least. You know, how do you deliver an effective education to kids during this time? So we're fortunate, you know, I think for the most part, we were pretty successful at Elba, and I think most of the districts in our area were as well. We have a pretty good administrative team and a school board that works together pretty well. We all get along. We all have a similar vision. So that makes, when you're working through tough times, that makes it much easier to get through. So we really started discussing how we're going to reopen shortly after we closed last spring. You know, it was quite a shock that we closed that quickly, I think. But right away we started talking about what do we got to do. The key for us, I think, that really helped us is our board and our administrative team. Really, we were able to put our opinions to the side, and I think that was important because you know, we all have opinions on the situation that we're faced with, but really what matters is we had to work within the regulations put out by the state. So whether we agreed with them or not, we had to move forward, and we didn't get really bogged down in the muck debating opinions, and I think that was key for us. Our team came together very well. You know, with Ned and our two principals, they just worked together so well that really helped. So, you know, we were able to open. We started 2 days a week in school for each kid, and then they were at home 2 days a week working on material, but they weren't zooming into a class on those 2 days because, you know, the 2 days they were in, they were being taught, and then those teachers were teaching the other kids the other 2 days. So it wasn't like they were getting a lot of education. But soon after we started on that 2 days, we had some cases in our community. So we decided to shut down and go remote, fully remote for a period of time. We weren't expecting that to happen so quickly. We did, I think we all realized sooner or later that was going to happen. We just didn't think it would happen so quickly. But then we were able to open back up, and we now are back to a 4-day schedule for the kids, which has been a big move for us and for the kids especially. And that 5th day is teachers working with the kids that are fully remote. We do have several families in our community that decided that they wanted to keep their kids home. So we had to come up with a plan to deliver an education to them. So that's on that 5th day. So, you know, as I said, New York State, we had to work within those regulations to reopen. I want to say that that document they originally sent us was something like 130 or 140 page document that schools had to kind of, you know, walk through there on that tightrope to figure out what can they do, what can't they do, and how to reopen. What's interesting, you know, and you're all familiar with New York State because you live here, is they send you a document and then the next day it's outdated. So, you know, the information was coming at us at a pretty rapid pace, especially in the beginning. And it's still changing. You know, there's days, I know Ned's getting emails daily on regulations that were set yesterday and then changed today. So that's making it very difficult for schools. It's a very fluid situation. You look at sports, you look at, you know, other extracurricular activities like drama club. That's all part of education for kids, and they're not getting that, a lot of them. So, you know, how do you walk through that and figure out a way to deliver those things? Then you look at the COVID testing that they're talking about for schools to do. How do you deliver that? Do parents want it? Don't they want it? You know, one day you got to apply to be a testing site. The next day you don't. One day you got to test 20%. The next day it's something different. So that stuff is really challenging to school districts and to the administrators that are running them. And then on top of that, you got your staff. Most school districts in our area don't have a lot of extra staff. So, you know, if they're in a situation where they can't come into school, whether they're quarantined for one reason or another, or their kid's school is shut down and now they need daycare, there's not a lot of staff to cover absenteeism for whatever that reason may be. There's not a lot of subs out there that are willing to come in, and that puts some added stress on there. And then the county regulations, it's a little bit difficult when county to county rules on quarantine and isolation don't seem to be consistent. And that's becoming an issue in Genesee County. And not that it's right or wrong how Genesee County does it, but I know several people that are quarantined in our county would not be quarantined if they were teaching in Monroe County. So that's an added, barrier that schools got to overcome one way or another in our area. And not that Monroe County is right or wrong. It's just that lack of consistency makes it difficult, and then makes it challenging when you got to have conversations to parents about it while you're closing, when someone in Monroe County can have the same thing and still remain open. So then probably one of the biggest things that we had to deal with, not only in the school, but certainly here at work as well, is the emotions, whether it's community members that are taxpayers. I heard taxpayers telling me, well, if you're closed, why am I paying taxes? Parents and students and staff, all of their emotions are high, anxiety levels are high. And how do you walk through that? People are entitled to their emotions. I can't tell them that they're wrong, but you have to address it. You have to speak to them about it and be open. But that was that's a challenge when staff is nervous about getting quarantined over the holidays. You have to have those difficult discussions with them. And the fact remains still, some of the safest places to be are at work or at school, where you're following all these guidelines and rules and regulations. When you're out in the community or having, wherever you are and maybe getting a little lax on wearing a mask or something like that, this is not being spread in schools for the most part. It's not being spread at work for the most part. So, but that's difficult to see when you watch the news and see all these reports and numbers going up. But that's a big challenge, dealing with those emotions. So then, disinfecting. So Karen talked about this quite a bit. We had to do stuff different. I remember calling Ned back in March and saying, hey, we're having difficulty getting cleaning supplies. You might want to start ordering some stuff now. And he kind of thought I was a little bit crazy until he started looking into it. So, we did go out and buy a lot of extra cleaning supplies at that time. I think he told me at one time I bought the last pallet of disinfecting wipes in Genesee County. So, we did move on that pretty quickly, which was good for us. We had to hire some additional cleaning staff and move some schedules around to make sure we're disinfecting. That was, a big concern, I think, more so among the staff, to make sure that stuff was going to get cleaned and, their rooms were going to get disinfected after they went home. So we spent extra money there. As I said earlier, we started out on that 2-day model and then moved to a 4-day model. And a big part of that was getting the dividers into the rooms. Karen showed some good pictures of her school where the desks had the dividers, and that's another, New York State coming out and saying you got to do something there. We were fortunate that a local company, Traco, donated dividers to us. That was about a $75,000 donation. Their family, they live in Elba. Their kids went to Elba. Dan was on the school board. So that was a much appreciated donation. There's schools out there spending 6 figures on plastic dividers, so, and this is all money, like Karen said, we were not planning this in our budget. So it's all extra expenditures. So then, you got in-school learning, distance learning, and hybrid learning. We had to come up with those 3 plans and submit them to the state. And we've had a mix of that throughout this school year. We do have some kids and families that are home that 100% of the time that we have to teach. And then we've had that 2- and 4-day model. But the fact remains, teachers are not equipped to teach remotely. They've never been trained in it. It is new for them. It is on the fly learning for them. And it just, they teach the best when they're in school in front of those kids. And that's, the best learning for kids. I think very few kids learn well remotely. Are there some out there? Absolutely. I'm fortunate that my kids are pretty good in school. I don't really have to harp on them for Ned's nodding. Yes, they are. They give him a hard time, but they do their schoolwork. I don't have to get on them about their homework. I'm really fortunate that way, but they're not getting the education that they deserve. They're not getting the extracurricular activities. They're not getting the socialization that they need and to figure out, how to deal with situations with other students. And that's tough to watch as a parent and as a school board member. So, moving between those options is difficult. Batavia just made that decision to close and go remote. That's tough on families. What do you do for daycare? I'm fortunate my kids are in high school, so I don't have to worry about getting a babysitter or somebody to watch them. But that is a burden on families. And a lot of times it's short notice that all of a sudden we're gonna go remote. So how do you deal with that and help families get through that? So moving on away from our reopening plan to the budget. So this is what our budget for next year looks like so far. Ned's got some work to do. We're behind. And a big part of that is because we just don't know revenues. It's not that long ago, New York State was talking about 20% cuts to school districts. That'd be devastating for schools in our area, not only Elba, but probably all of the schools in our county if that happened. The last thing we need to do is cut staff right now. Kids are struggling and they need that support from teachers. Cuomo has not come out and done that yet. No matter what your political beliefs are, it's probably a benefit for our schools that a Democrat is going to be in the White House to match up with Cuomo. That's probably going to help New York State, I hope. But New York State is in a budget issue right now. They're broke by a lot of money. And the last time that happened, we had gap elimination. And I know the folks that are in education know what I'm talking about. But the last time New York State was broke, they like to play politics with funding and say, oh, we're not cutting education. We've given more money to education. And they put that dollar amount out there and they give us the funding on paper. And then they send us a bill for it and say, okay, we're going to take back this much money from you. And that gap elimination went on, I don't know, for 7, 8, 9 years, something like that. And it took about $4 million away from Elba. That's a lot of money for such a small school district over those years. And we struggled during gap elimination. We were worried we wouldn't survive that financial crisis at that time. Now we have the added costs that we spent this year and have no idea what revenues are going to be from the state. We are fortunate there's some FEMA grants out there. We haven't really seen the money come back to us yet, but we have submitted about $86,000 worth of expenses for the FEMA grants, and hopefully we'll see some of that. That's $86,000 we were not planning on spending. That's a lot of money for any school district in our area, and I'm sure that the bigger schools have probably spent more than that. Again, we're fortunate to have that donation by Traco. That was $75,000 that we didn't have to spend. So this is a little bit more information on our budget. Again, we just don't know what our revenues are. So, and we're not sure if we're going to have more cuts this year. The way the state does funding is they don't send you one big check at the beginning of the year. It gets spaced out throughout the year. So as the state revenues are down, there's still some concern, and Cuomo had said this early on, if we don't get the revenues, we're not going to share, we're not going to pass that money on to states. And that's where that 20% cut number was coming from. They haven't done that yet. They haven't withheld any money yet, but that still can happen. So, we're behind on our budget planning, but we know that there's some things we know. We know we are about a $10 million budget every year. We know we want to stay within that 2% tax cap law. And that's really a misnomer. I'm not sure how familiar you folks are with that law, but there's a formula for that. It's not 2% across the board. So for instance, over the last couple of years, we could have pushed up over 6% and still been within that law. We could have raised taxes 6%. Now we've prided ourselves that we've stayed under 2%, that number 2% for the most part. We have a lot of people in our community that are living on a fixed income. So we don't want to raise taxes drastically. The problem with the 2% tax cap law and being this formula that you have is if you don't raise taxes, if you go a couple of years, you say, you know what, our expenses hasn't grown that much. We got some money in our reserves. Let's spend that down. Let's not raise taxes. That has a negative effect on that formula. And then every year after that, you continue to have a lower tax cap. Elba is in a situation we could never tax our way out of a financial crisis. It's just too small of a community with not a lot of business. So, you know, the way that formula works, we have to raise taxes a little bit every year. Otherwise, you end up in a situation that's happened to a lot of school districts across the state where you're in a negative tax cap. And that becomes an issue. So 60% of our revenue is from state aid. About 74% of our expenses is the program component. And most of that is that's a nice way to say salaries and benefits. So we know that number doesn't change. We can predict that number of expenses on salaries. We know our contractual obligations. So we're working that budget, knowing some of those numbers. It's really the revenues that still is the unknown. And then we have our reserves. So this year, what you see in that top pie chart, we use 4.77% of our reserves. That's a little more than I think we normally do. But we knew, you know, we wanted to do that instead of making some cuts. So we spent a little bit of that reserve money down. This year, you know, who knows? You can't continue to spend your reserves down every year and sustain a long-term program. It just, you know, you run out of money that way. So, and then normally, you know, districts want to plan out 2, 3, 4 years. And how do you do that? This situation with New York State and their money shortfall, this is not a problem that's going to go away this year. This is going to hang around for several years. You know, and unfortunately, a lot of it is political. But when there's no business, when people are not out supporting businesses and being in the community, there's no tax revenue. And when there's no tax revenue, something has to get cut in New York State. So that's a big issue for us that we're facing now. So I think that about wraps it up for me. What do we have? Any questions or discussions? Ned, throw me a bone here. Throw out a question.
I think it's just important for everyone to realize how, and if you're not familiar with school structures, basically, you know, I report to the 7 board members, and again, Mike is the president. So I think it's important that Mike and I talk just nonstop. I mean, throughout the week, throughout the summer. I mean, throughout July and August, I can't tell you how much we spoke about, you know, how are we going to reopen? We came up with that idea of a gradual reopen, of starting in a hybrid, knowing that we couldn't space out students without barriers. And again, at that time, we didn't want to just drop $100,000 in barriers because we weren't sure our funding. And with the current look back window from New York State that will end at the end of this month, his 3rd look back window, we to this day still don't know what our funding will be for 2021. So with a board meeting Monday, I'd love to be able to tell Mike I have good news and I can tell you what the funding is for this year and next year. I really don't know that information, and that's what's becoming tricky. I can tell you that I was honored this week that I was selected as one of 10 superintendents from across the state to represent small rural schools with a meeting with the Commissioner of Education. And because, as many of you know, last year when we were directed to close, we used our buses and our vans to deliver food to students. We were required to do that. And then we also delivered instructional materials. Unfortunately, we just got the funding directives and schedules over the last 2 weeks. And for Elba, we took a $140,000 cut because, well, you weren't running your buses to full capacity. You didn't do the proper mileage. I go, we were closed, but we had to pay drivers. We had to pay bus drivers while we were closed. And so it becomes really tricky that you could lose $140,000 in the following year's budget for something you were asked to do, deliver food and keep instructional materials going. Mike was very supportive and the board was very supportive of making sure that we were paying drivers and using the drivers to deliver those meals and to make sure that the community was fed. We actually also partnered with local farmers so that we could, give out fresh produce throughout the week, once a week. Farmers donated that. So it's just, there's kind of all these nuances with regard to funding, but again, I can't, I'm lucky to be here in Elba. And just to say the Genesee County story, when Mike hired me, he didn't want the Monroe County guy. So I'm just putting that out there, everybody. Mike's going to smile and chuckle, but I'm honored to be out here in Genesee County and working here. It's a great place to work. It's a great place to live, no question. But more importantly, it really is taking that team effort from cleaners, custodians, staff, bus drivers, getting kids to school safely, taking temperatures, having a board of education that's supportive and understands the policies behind what we're doing. And when you call your boss and say you're going to open up at 2 days a week, and we're going to review we're going to make sure, because with the 140 pages of directives that the state gave us, we wanted to make sure that we could put, how long is it going to take to check temperatures every day? How long is it going to be to get kids in class? How often are we going to need to wash kids, make sure we remind kids to wash their hands? And then we agreed to review every system by October 1st. We did that. We made a plan for 4-day-a-week instruction. We reached out and were able to get that donation from Traco, which allowed us to space desks differently within our classroom, because as you all know, Elba's a kind of an older building, so we don't have the same size classrooms as everybody. And so now that we're in a 4-day model, I think Mike would agree. The kids are happier. The kids are glad to be back, but they want their activities back, clubs and activities back. But I can tell you that we've kind of held off on some clubs and activities, partly because I don't want to start a club and activity, lose 20% of our funding, which for Elba would mean $940,000 to $1.4 million. I would hate to lay off teachers because we started clubs and activities. I hate to say it. I'm just kind of holding firm on that.
Yeah.
And those are big numbers.
Yeah, and I think that plan that we had opening 2 days a week really helped settle teachers' anxiety levels. They were nervous about going full time right away, and that helped us overcome that. And that's been a big, and I'm sure all of you, have your own stories around that, just the emotion and the anxiety level. For me, it's not only with the school district, it's happened here at our business, and how you walk people through their emotions. That was big for us at Elba, that we started out with just 2 days a week. I had a lot of phone calls, people almost screaming at me, a few phone calls where, how can we not be open 100%? We're the smallest school around. You don't have that many kids. But you have to follow those guidelines and have that social distancing. We just didn't have the staff to do it. We could have moved some classrooms around and reduced the number of kids in a class, so we could reopen 100%, but we don't have the staff. So then you get the phone call that, why is my kid not in front of a normal teacher? They're in front of a teacher's aide. So we took that approach. What else? Any other questions?
Yeah, I just want to bounce off something that Mike just said, and it's something I said last month. It's finding out both sides of an issue, and that's why, as participants in Leadership Genesee, that's even more important. In today's, I don't want to use the word political, but in today's world of everybody hitting their tweets and nonsense, the fact that a parent is upset, and rightfully so, but there's so much that goes into, and I hope you're learning this today, there's so much that goes into trying to maneuver and manage keeping a school open, that it's not as simple as saying why. There's just way too many answers, too many turns, too many corners. You just have to start to understand, breathe, and understand what our school districts are going through. So just had to say that.
Yeah, and we have a pretty supportive community in Elba. It's the smallest school around. The school is the center of that village and town. Just like all the other schools around here, people take a lot of pride in it. So we have a very supportive community. And what was interesting was, most people that had questions or were vocal about some of the issues. When Ned's pretty good, he'll get a report of someone complaining on Facebook or social media and kind of stirring the pot. He'll actually call that person right out and give them a phone call. And when you have those conversations with them, most of the time they go, "Oh, I didn't realize that," So we're fortunate that that's one of the benefits of being one of the smallest schools is you can have that direct contact with who's ever out there, kind of stirring the pot or having questions. And usually, Peggy, you're right. Usually they don't know both sides. They just see their own situation of my kids are not in school, or I don't want my kid wearing a mask, or, I want my kids 5 days a week. And then when you have that conversation, they usually come around to your side.
Well, kudos to you. Kudos to Ned for doing that. That's awesome.
Well, it was mostly Ned.
All right. Kudos to Ned.
All right. Any other questions for Mike?
Just a comment. I know how much your families absolutely love you. We had two brothers that were with us at the start of the school year for their remote learning days. And when you decided to go back to 4 days of in-person instruction, both the parents called me individually to talk to me, and they were like, "I'm so sorry, we have to withdraw suddenly." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, like I'm happy to give you back your money." Like it's like a great situation. And I felt the best way that I can describe it is like a foster parent, like being able to see like an actual like parent like reunite with their like kids. And I was like, we want you to be able to do this. We want you to go back in person like with this. And so like, I think it's great and it's phenomenal that you're back to that 4-day in person, because I know how much your parents appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you for all the work that you do.
Well, thank you, Charity, for that.
Yeah, thank you.
I just had something. I've been thinking from the beginning of this thing a lot about the education folks, because for us at the county level, March 17th we had a department head meeting, and we're told by the end of today you need a plan for keeping your staff safe and maintaining services to the degree that you can, and keeping the grantors happy if you're grant funded. And it was all very overwhelming at a scale that is minuscule. At least for my program compared to the schools. And Mike, you touched on it a little bit. When you are in a leadership position, people are always, going to second guess you based in large part on a lack of understanding or a lack of having all of the knowledge. But I would imagine just, living in this world, being a parent with kids in school myself, that, the instances of the keyboard warriors and even faculty and staff questioning you is ramped up to a degree that you probably don't see a whole lot, because there's that genuine concern of, the health and safety of children. So probably, Mike, for you and for our superintendents, how have you guys coped with that? What are some of the skills and things that you have cultivated to get through this without, losing your mind or developing a drinking problem or anything like that?
No comment there, Rebecca. I think she's
no comments.
Yeah, I am a little bit amazed. I don't drink more, to be honest with you. Not only with the challenges we're faced in the public school system, but at work as well. I'm surprised. But actually, a lot of it is, Teresa, just talking with the folks out there that excuse me, that are nervous or have those concerns, and then sharing that information with the rest of the team, so that we're all kind of on board and marching in the same direction. I think when you're in a leadership role, this I kind of live by this motto that the best thing you could do is make the right decision. The worst thing you could do, the second best thing you could do is make the wrong decision, and the worst thing you could do is make no decision. So if we were standing here spinning our wheels, people would lose confidence in us. But we're transparent. We're willing to have those conversations. We don't turn them away. We deal with those situations right up front, especially when it's emotions and anxiety. Because if you don't address it, it'll just foster, and that'll spread quickly. You know, again, we're fortunate. We're a small school district, so a lot of teachers I know personally, and a lot of staff, and they have my phone number, and I'll get text messages and phone calls, and Ned has an open door where he's willing to have those conversations. So, you know, as a leader, you put yourself out there, and that's just part of it. But you got to be able to have the conversations. It's when you don't have the conversations that it becomes a problem. And you know, I don't always have the answer, and that's okay. You know, but you got to be upfront and say, you know what, I don't know, but let's go figure it out together. Let's go get with someone that is an expert in that, and let's figure out which way to go. It certainly is challenging, especially in a situation like this where it's so dynamic, you know, and none of us, most of us, I should say, are not experts in infectious disease. So, you know, what are you going by, and what information are you using? It's challenging for sure.
Teresa, the only thing I was going to add was Mike is right. I've taken the approach that someone that's putting things out on Facebook, or anybody who emails me, you know, you get a 3-page blasting email. I rarely write them back. It's not helpful to write people back. It's way better off for them to hear my voice and understand the rationale behind our decision. One of the pieces when we announced that we were going to go to a hybrid model, and again, Mike took a brunt of the community piece, which was, you know, how can Elba, it's the smallest district. Well, we're the smallest district, but it comes with bigger hurdles. You know, the age of the building, we don't have large classroom sizes. And so what I ended up doing was I invited the town supervisor in so she could inform her board in for a walk through our building with furniture and classrooms. And we went classroom to classroom, and I just asked her to count the desks. And, you know, I brought a tape measure and showed this is what 6 feet looks like in between desks. We don't have barriers at this time. And she was amazed. She's like, yeah, 13 kids only fit in one room. And that was about 13 to 15 kids, and it just didn't hold. And so then, you know, that was a big challenge, but it was also time well spent, because then that word got out pretty quickly. And when you can kind of, you know, talk to people directly and they can hear the voice, I mean, you know, I've been very vocal, and I was vocal in my last meeting, and again, appreciated the county supervisor following up with Ms. Stein, because educators are not essential employees. And I say it again because we've had numerous staff members quarantined, test negative, and still have to remain out 14 days. And when that happens, you have to get subs for 7 more days. Even if they were at Walmart or another essential business, they could return to work. That was reviewed this week with the commissioner, because that's really, really an important part of it. Yeah. And so that's something that, you know, we're going to continue to voice as a huge need. If they see us as essential, they really need to step up and make a change that way, and document it that way, that educators are essential and we can return to school quicker, because the costs that are associated is one thing, but you're just running out of staff. Batavia just ran out of staff. You can't have 40 people quarantined and then still try to cover all of those classrooms. And he talked about taking a beating in public news. I mean, guy got killed, but I think, again, he made the right decision. And again, the inconsistency from county to county. In Monroe County, when a child tests positive in a classroom in Monroe County, the child is quarantined for 14 days. No staff member, no kids are quarantined. In Genesee County, that's just not the case. Every staff member that's been in contact with that child and every student in that classroom is quarantined. That is really, really difficult, because again, people that work in Monroe County and then say to Mike, hey, why are we closing? Why are 100 kids at Elba quarantined? Because Genesee County is following the letter of the law, maybe compared to the science, and Monroe County is following the science to say, I mean, after testing Monroe County schools that were in yellow and orange zones, less than 1% were positive. So we know schools are safe, but yet we still continue to quarantine large amounts of staff members, large amounts of students. In my opinion, I'm not trying to make staff unsafe. I just want to play the same game that everybody else is playing.
Yeah, and really, you know, it is a little bit amazing. As a parent, I'm flabbergasted that a teacher is not an essential worker in this environment. When you look at who is essential, you know, we were fortunate here at Liberty to be deemed essential, and for good reason. You know, if a hospital sewage pump goes down, you got some big problems. So, you know, fortunately, we were deemed essential, and I was happy about that. You know, some people, I think, in the beginning were struggling with that decision, and in the long run said, you know what, they came around and said, I'm glad about that. But then you look at places that are deemed essential, like you know, liquor stores are deemed essential, and probably for good reason. But how is a teacher? How is my kid's education not an essential business? You know, to me, that's just crazy. And you know, it would make it easier for school districts to stay open. And it's not that we want to put people in an unsafe situation. The situation in schools is safe. They should be essential. Kids should get the education that they deserve. They should have some of these extracurricular activities. I'm not saying all of them, but Ned's right. They should follow the science. And back to your original question, Teresa, you know, I'm pretty fortunate. Rebecca is a pretty good therapist, so I bounce a lot of things off of her. And I'm sure my wife would say she's sick of hearing me talk about some of the stuff. But I'm fortunate that she's a pretty good therapist too, and has helped me remain sane during most of this.
Well, it's certainly a group effort for sure here over at Liberty. We're all bouncing off of each other, and Trish and I and Mike all have probably daily conversations before work, after work, and during work for sure.
Yeah, having those outlets and those colleagues that you can share experiences and get some guidance certainly does help when you're in a leadership role for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I think we're going to wrap up this part of our morning. If there's no other questions for Mike.
Well, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. It's nice to be back on the presentation circuit, even though it's kind of like Hollywood Squares.
For sure. Well, thanks again, Mike, and have a great day. Class, we are going to take a break. And I think we're going to still go with a 10-minute break. So fill up those coffee cups, grab that cup of water, do anything else, check those quick emails, and we will see you back here at 10:50. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, everybody, if you want to start making your way back to the screens, we're going to get started here shortly. Shall I start? All right, Rob, are you there? Ready to rock and roll?
I'm here.
All right, so I would like to introduce Rob Kircher. He is from the class of 2018, and he is the college and career counselor over at Byron Virgin Central School. I'm going to turn it over to Rob. He's going to discuss with us how the students are doing mentally and socially, and the impact on that.
Great. All right. Thanks, Danielle, and thanks to all of you who are out there. I recognize some of the faces there. But yeah, I'm the college and career counselor here at Byron Virgin Junior Senior High School. I'm a certified school counselor. However, it's a very specific role where I handle a lot of work with college and career readiness. At our school, we're grades 6 through 12, And we're doing a hybrid model right now where students A through L will come to our school on Monday and Tuesday. And then we have a fully remote day for all students on Wednesday. And then Thursday and Friday, we have students from last name beginning with M through Z. So yeah, before I was when I was invited here, I know Danielle had asked me to kind of explain the social and emotional side effects for students as a result of COVID-19, and there's a lot, and there's probably a lot that you are already aware of. So I'll definitely touch on some and share some personal stories as well. But then I'd also like to talk about some of the positive things I think too, because I do think that there's some positive learning that's happening that's going to help students for after they graduate high school and move on with their lives. But right now it's certainly taking a toll on a lot of students, and for good reason. I think a big one that I always reflect on is just the social isolation. I haven't had any coffee yet today. So really that loss of in-person human connection and contact. I mean, whether it's going to be a high five, a handshake, or even a hug, it's just important. And remember, that's not only for from student to student, but also student to staff. This could even be at home because there are family members who have to quarantine maybe because they're in careers where there's a high risk of exposure. So you have to think about that. There are students who are very sad that they're home and fully remote because maybe it's their parents' decision to have them stay at home, and they really miss their friends, they miss their peers at school. For younger students, that might be hard for them to really fully understand. Like that message that I just got from Mickey. I'm trying not to here. I'm trying not to. So the loss of milestones, that's a big one too. Games, performances, club participation, celebrations, the overall camaraderie that they have with their classmates and their teachers. That is a huge part of that. And it's funny because I was thinking back to the summertime, and I was in the drive-through at Tim Hortons in Batavia, and I saw one of my students. He was just riding by on a skateboard, and he saw me. He said, "Yo, Mr. Kircher, what's going on?" And like he came right up to the car, and I was shocked because I think I had maybe 2 brief interactions with this student. I was like, "Wow, what's going on, man?" He's like, I can't wait to get back to school. I miss you so much." And I felt the same way too. So things like that are really a reminder of how important our work is here, and how much the students really do miss the teachers, administrators, and other people at the school. Certainly a loss of freedom. I mean, think about all these rules that we have that we're enforcing. Wear a mask, use hand sanitizer, 2 people per lunch table. That's very tough. And I'm really impressed that the students have really listened to these rules and are following them. And this is even in the elementary school. When I send my kindergartner and my preschooler over to the elementary school, they're so good about wearing a mask. I'm just shocked. And the same goes for the high school students too. I think that was a concern for me when I started in the fall. I said, "Oh, how much are we going to have to police this? And will they really do this?" And they have since the beginning. There's certainly, I think, a lack of motivation, Zoom fatigue, as you guys are experiencing as well too, Google Meet fatigue, complacency, kind of feeling disconnected, might not be doing their work as much because some of them might be remote, or it's tough to do the work when they're at home for 3 days out of the 5 days. And you have to think about too that there are students who suffered from mental illness and disorders before the pandemic happened, and these students are also having a very difficult time. There's a lot that I could certainly talk about. If you guys have any questions too, feel free to interrupt. I gotta admit, I am a little bit concerned about, as the year progresses, about the impact this will have on students in the long term, socially and emotionally. And I was talking to my wife, who's an outstanding teacher in the elementary school, and she was sharing a good point about our youngest students, and that they're they may not be interacting in the same ways they normally do to learn those important social skills like sharing and teamwork, taking turns, things like that. Just that enduring uncertainty of the pandemic, it represents a challenge for teenagers, I think, during this crucial stage in their development, and what this will look like for years to come. And so they may struggle with seeing down the road in the post-pandemic world, and they're asking kind of like, what's the point? I mean, the pandemic, it's in their face all the time on social media and TV and flyers that we have posted around the school, reminding you to wash your hands and stay 6 feet apart. So it's always a reminder. It's an interesting position to be in. And I try to connect with students as much as I can from an experience that I had. And when I was a senior in high school, it was my senior year in 2001. And I'll never forget, in the morning of 2001, going to the faculty lounge to meet with a teacher who was going to write a letter of recommendation for me to send off to school. And I got down to the faculty lounge, and I saw all these teachers there in that office, and they were visibly upset. Some of them, actually many of them, crying. And it was the first time that I ever saw that. I didn't think that teachers necessarily had feelings, I guess. But it was a very humanizing moment in my life. And I feel that students kind of feel the same way. So a lot of the ones that I've been working with, they've been pretty respectful. And as we saw, and I think that most people here, if not all of them, all of you were alive during that time. It changed a lot of how we live life today. And I remember all I wanted to do was go to school in New York City. And I remember what it was like having college visits canceled. And when I finally got the chance to go and visit New York City and visit some of these schools, what that was like, seeing like heavily armed police officers at subway entrances and candles that were melted onto the ground. And I remember the mayor actually having to go on Saturday Night Live to tell the American people that it was okay to laugh again. And so you think about this, and for a 17-year-old senior, for me, things after September 11th are much different than before. But also 19 years later, things are going to be different for this graduating class and these students as well too. So that's a little bit, I think, on like what I would say about like the social and emotional side effects for students as a result of COVID-19. I think you'd also asked about interactions with students too. And I know for many of us who are very social by nature, I mean, I crave that in-person contact. And fortunately for me, I'm lucky to meet with many of them in person still. But I think for now, I've had to prioritize a lot more than in the past, because I don't know, if we'll have to go fully remote again. And especially when we're working with seniors and college-bound students, I'm trying to finish up a lot of their college applications with them right now, just so they can get that out of the way and not have to have another thing to worry about. I would just say that educators in the district and all over have been very, very aware of how this is impacting the kids. And I'm just very impressed with the teachers in both of the buildings and how creative they are when finding opportunities for kids to interact in a socially distanced way, whether it's meeting in small groups via Google Meet or spaced out on the floor with masks on in the elementary school. They're making it work. And I think that one way that it's helped me and helped a lot of teachers is we've had to be a lot more organized as well. Not relying on paper copies of stuff more, and especially using Google Drive to be more organized, and Google Classroom. Technology has been, the implementation of technology has been a big game changer for many of us in adapting to all of these new programs and opportunities online where we can connect with students, interact with students, and make it more lively for them. I'm sorry I don't have a fancy Pear Deck or anything like that today. I'm just kind of speaking from the heart here a little bit. But let's see here. I
actually have a question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
So it kind of goes back to, you were talking about like your senior year and things like that. So my son was a 2018 graduate of Elba, very small, school, small class.
Sure.
So he was lucky. He was able to experience all those memorable aspects of his college year. What are you discovering? The kids are just not getting that same type of, there's no class trips, there's no prom, all that type of stuff. This is supposed to be like their final, all that excitement has gone. So what are the schools doing to give them some of those experiences still, to have those memories? And Elba is so small, like the kids were all, they know each other, and so not to have that socialization, going through. And then the second part of the question is, are you noticing that because of the situation that we're in, a lot of career paths are changing? Is it, that much more challenging for the kids as they're deciding what they want to do after school?
Great. Thanks for those questions. What was your name?
Sorry, my name's Trisha.
All right, Trisha. Yeah, it's been difficult because, the students understand that we are trying our best. I think they get that. And it started with last year and the graduating seniors, and we're trying to figure out what to do for graduation. And, we usually have it locally at Roberts Wesleyan, and you can have as many family members as you want to come to that. Starting with that, we had a graduation last year. It wasn't the same. There's a limit on how many people they can invite. We had it outside. It was at the track and field. And we still wanted to give them that sense of normalcy. And then in addition to trips that are being canceled and other opportunities that are being canceled, you do the best you can, but it's still so difficult because you can't have those proms. You can't have those trips to Boston or wherever they plan to go, or the foreign language experiences as well, going to Costa Rica and Spain and you name it. So it's simple, but they know that you're trying. So for example, like what we're doing with individual grade levels is we'll bring them back on a Wednesday, and that's our fully remote day, but they'll be the only kids that are in the building. And so today, for example, we have the entire 8th grade, and we have a lot of different breakout activities for them. And so being able to have them together in one class is very important, because if they're in different cohorts, they miss that interaction with their friends. And so they're not necessarily doing a lot of work on this day, but at least they're getting together, hanging out, eating lunch together, hearing from the counseling department, being together with the music department, PE, doing different fun activities, learning different stress relievers, things like that. So yeah, you do the best with what you can, and we're trying to be creative with it too. And our staff and administrators have done a great job at doing that. As far as careers and colleges and how this process has changed, and then I also saw, I think, a comment in there too. Let me see here. Eric, yeah, SAT and ACT tests, there was a question about that. It's been interesting because this year, more than ever, we've always supported Genesee Community College because it's local, it's 15 minutes away. A lot of our students will go there. Students are realizing, okay, if I have to go somewhere next year for college and it's remote, should I pay thousands and thousands of dollars to be remote at a school that is a couple hours away, or should I stay close by, save the money, and be able to do remote, get a 2-year degree locally from GCC? So that's happening. But also there are students who, now they've been home for so long, they're with their parents. And this year, I also see a lot more students who want to get the heck out of this area. And it's funny to see that, because I was always the type of person who was like, guys, apply to some schools that are a little bit farther away, because I want you to get a new experience, meet some new people, and then you can come back and share this experience with your family, with your friends, and just make Genesee County and this area better. And then this year, they're kind of like, all right, I want to get out of the house. I need to just go and get some new experience. So I'm also seeing students who are applying to places that are farther away. But I tell them, listen, let's have GCC, MCC as another option here, just because who knows what it's going to look like in September as well. Regarding the SAT and ACT tests, that's also changed with the whole college admissions process as well, where most of the schools within the Northeast, including all of the four-year SUNY schools, have gone test optional for this year. And it's something actually that was a movement that's been going on for a number of years now. And then I'd be curious to see what will happen after this year, and whether schools remain test optional, because it's not always a good indication of how successful you'll be in the future by taking the SAT or the ACT. I can talk about this forever, but I won't bore you. But I think because of that, more students have been applying to four-year schools without that requirement. But it also means that the four-year schools are going to be taking a more holistic approach, and they're going to be looking more at GPAs and course rigor and college essays and recommendation letters and all that stuff. So those are some good questions, and students have to put themselves out there really, and it's tough because colleges will take a look at like demonstrated interest, and if they're visiting schools and learning more about them and corresponding with people who work at these schools. But a lot of that is done virtually now. So it's up to them whether or not they go and make that effort. It can be tough. A couple more questions that I see in the chat. Let me see here. Yeah, handling students with tough home lives was a question. How is our school handling that? And we've talked about this in other panels through Leadership Genesee too. We have a school resource officer at BB, and many other schools in this area do. So we've been very fortunate that maybe our school resource officer, along with our counseling staff or principal and assistant principal, social worker, might be doing home visits, because those are certainly some students that we worry about tremendously, the ones that aren't logging in, that are remote learners, or that haven't been making it to school. And that's a very, very difficult situation to be in, because it's hard enough sometimes when you're there at school 5 days a week, but then now you've gone down to being in school for 2 days a week, or they might be fully remote. Continuing to just check in and see whether or not they're logging into their classes, and communicating with them through phone, through Google Meets, or doing the home visit, I would say, is how we're handling a lot of that. I had a question for you guys actually too, and I'll answer this as well too, but I'd be curious if you had in the chat, if you wanted to share what you think some of the positive things might be that are a result of this new way of learning for students. And you can also speak them out loud as well too.
And Rob, I just saw a question too in the chat.
Sure.
About how can we support our children and the children in our community better during these virtual school days?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's funny. I think that we're all working through this together to find out what works best. And I'm going to share kind of an example that I thought of when we were talking a lot about like asynchronous, talking about synchronous learning, and how teachers are teaching, but they also have their camera on, and the remote students are learning as well through the camera. And I experienced something similar in a different workplace. So Oh, this was probably about a couple months ago, I would say. I was at a local bakery and a place that I love dearly. And I had my order. I put in my breakfast sandwich, coffee for my wife, and just about ready to go, there for a couple minutes. And the phone rings. So the phone rings, and then they pick up the phone, and then they go and they're telling the customer on the phone, like, all right, this is what we have today for cookies and bread and so on. And then going through the whole list, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, I can reach that coffee. Just give me that coffee right there. And then I realized what was happening was very, very similar to kind of what's happening in education too, is you're trying to be there for everybody, the people who are in person and the people who are remote. But sometimes the people who are remote, who are there, and their parent might be asking a question, and on that call, or the students are asking a question, you're helping them through a technology issue, and you have all these people right there in front of you, all these students that you have to help out as well. And so it is so challenging for those teachers to really help with that remote learning sometimes. So the question was, I just wanted to share that because I thought that was an interesting way to explain that. But actually, no, let's see here. Okay, it was, how can we support our children and the children in our community better during these virtual school days? What we're all doing right now, and being able to be as organized as we can be and have a set schedule for each day of the week where students are chiming in and connecting remotely through Google Meet and then following along with the class. That's what we can ask of them right now. And it's difficult. I guess I don't really have a good answer for that, how to better support them. Just keep on checking in with them the best we can. And we've been very lucky here at our school, and many of you too, that have a very personalized learning approach, because we have small class sizes and small schools. I think about my friends who are teachers in New York City and in Brooklyn, where they're just having a very, very hard time because they can't make all the home visits because their class sizes are 300, 400, 500 students. So it's difficult. That's funny. I like that comment right there.
Which one, Rob?
Yep. It says that now, due to remote learning, I actually know what my child is learning in school before I would ask, and they would say nothing. And that's so true. And a positive one from Charity, looks like students becoming more independent again, a bit of autonomy, self-guided learning, a lot of problem solving. It sets them up for how high school and college and the real world are. And that's certainly something that I agree on a lot. This is something that I've just been so amazed by, is just how active, especially our upperclassmen, have been outside of school to fill that void of not being able to be involved with sports and performances and other things that they fill their time. I would say this year more than ever, and this is helpful for all of Genesee County and our region too, is that this year more than ever, our seniors are out in the workforce. Our juniors are getting jobs earlier. And so speaking to almost everyone, you'll see them at McDonald's, at the New York State Thruway, at UMMC, at the Virgin Water Gardens, at Taco Bell, Dunkin' Donuts, Walmart, Crosby's, you name it. So they are like one of the commenters had said, they're very, very independent, and they're ready to get out of the house. They're more anxious than ever before to get out of that house. I think you were about to say something as well. Yep, resilience, creativity, problem solving, the attitude of the show must go on. Yes. All right. There's a C. Clark who has a question as well. Yep, asking about skilled trades or military for a career and the shortage of skilled tradesmen in all fields. It seems like whenever I hear a counselor speak, it's always the college route. Yes, I agree. It's a big change that actually has happened in my role here in a rural school district. And I mentioned the college route because a lot of times that's the those are the conversations that happen, I think, when I am talking to the teachers and going out and about and having conversations. But also what you had mentioned about skilled trades, that's another thing that comes up. But being in this area, it's different from when I've worked in suburban schools and also in New York City schools. It was always this kind of college for all mentality. And the thing that I love about our school district is that we're helping students on all those pathways. And later on today, I won't steal their thunder, is that we are so lucky to have such strong programs through BOCES. And over 50% of our students here at BB are enrolled in those trade programs at BOCES, whether it's in welding or whether it's in building trades, culinary, ag, you name it. And so, yeah, it's something that we care about a lot here. And when it comes to the military as well, one of the things that students are missing out on a lot is that personal connection. But we bring so many of those speakers into our school admissions counselors, but also the military recruiters and career speakers. And so missing that one-on-one with those professionals and that ability to network is something that's very difficult. And that's something that is tough for me, because I know that I'm not the expert on everything that's out there. And I like to bring in the experts who are passionate about what they do. And that also goes with the field trips as well. I recognize some of the faces here on this call, and I can't tell you how many times we've gone over to Liberty Pumps and Graham Manufacturing and other farms and manufacturing businesses in this area, just so students can see this firsthand experience. It's important. Experiential learning and building those connections are super important. So what the new year will hold for me is trying to be more creative in having these speakers speak to our students remotely. It's tough because, again, the Zoom fatigue, the Google Meet fatigue, I have it, the students have it as well too. So we'll do our best to work with them. I'm sorry, I'm going to stand up for a second, because the one thing I've not figured out this time is the light that goes off in my room. So here we go. All right, cool. I'm not in the dark anymore. All right.
Well, I thank you very much, Rob. Does anybody have any other questions or comments or anything else for Rob? We got a comment here in chat. All right.
That's a great point. I hear you. I really appreciate you guys having me. I know that there's always a time crunch when it comes to the LG. But I want to say that although there are many social and emotional concerns, I'm confident that the students, they have the resiliency and the perseverance to succeed. Thanks for having me, and good luck with the rest of your periods today. I was thinking about skipping today, skipping my class, but I decided not to. So have fun with the rest of your day.
Rob, I just have a question.
Sure.
You know, in a time of a pandemic with all the social emotional, how do you feel about your superintendent abandoning you mid-year?
I already saw him in the hallway when I found out the news, and I asked him if it was something that I said. So he had a good sense of humor about it, though. But no, I wish him the best of luck. And we all got to be adaptable in life. So we'll get through it, but he will be missed. So
Nice
thanks
job,
for
Rod.
answering that
You did
question.
us proud.
I appreciate that.
Did he do okay, Mickey? Did he pass
Great.
right? Okay.
Double thumbs up.
And
Big
I
deal.
will say that Byron Burgeon is lucky to have both of you. And Mickey, I will miss you. And Rob, I can't wait to see you in person.
I know, right?
So Becky, I do have to ask, Pat McGee isn't going to be making a cameo appearance today, is he?
Not that I am aware of. I haven't
All right.
heard from him today. I think
Well, that's good, because I got a lot of work for him to do.
He was too cool in our counseling meeting earlier today. He was like, LG, he's like, yeah, I've been there, done that. I got the education day. So he'll maybe pop in later. I'll tell him to.
Y'all be careful, because I'm listening.
I haven't seen your face. Where are you? Oh, all right. Oh man.
It's a good face to see, isn't it?
It is. It's good to see all your faces.
Yeah.
Well, wonderful. Well, do we have any other questions for Rob this morning? All right, and Dr. Cook, have you joined us yet?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, Rob. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob.
No problem.
Yes, Dr. Cook is on.
I'm here. Let me just, for some reason, there we go. My video is there. There we go. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Doctor.
Hey, Amanda.
How are you?
Good. I'd just like to add that Amanda was a former BB employee as well. Just putting it out there.
Yep. And I do have a daughter in the high school today as an 8th grader there at Byron Virgin. So she was very excited to be heading to school to see her friends that that have the other end of the alphabet. So, so we appreciate that very much. But so I appreciate you guys welcoming me. I am going to just try to present my screen here. If you give me 1 second. All right, can you guys, there we go. You guys see that okay? All right, so I was asked to just give a little presentation about special education during a pandemic. And one of the big things that we, as I know many of the educators and business professionals here have been faced with, is the PPE, so our personal protection. So I thought the masks was a fitting background here. So, but I wanted to just talk to you a little bit about the special education realm. I know Mr. Kircher was sharing a bit about that college and career piece, but we have, and sometimes they often blur together, but just 1 second here for there we go. So I'm Amanda Cook. I'm the Interim Director of Special Ed and Alternative Ed right now for the City of Batavia. I live in Genesee County and I've been here for the last 17 years. So I really appreciate this opportunity to talk with you today. So I was given a couple of talking points, but I guess I'll run through, and then if you have questions as I'm going along, you can most certainly put them in the chat, and then we can kind of go back and review them if you want. So, all right, so these are just a couple of talking points that I was kind of guided by, but I added a couple of my own as well. So I just wanted to offer up, like, what does special education look like in Genesee County? Like how many students, what was the impact of our closure this spring, especially for our neediest students who are in our special education world. And right now, how are we specifically Batavia adapting to that new reality? And what does it look like for our students who have this diverse set of needs in the different models of learning? And then what type of professional learning have we offered for our staff? And then how do we stay open for in-person learning? So right now we have 8 school districts in Genesee County, and there's 872 of our kiddos that have disabilities that have been identified through the Committee for Special Education in those school districts. So that's about 11% of our students in Genesee County who have disabilities and have that diverse need. I'd never looked at that before, so that was pretty telling to me that our school districts, I've worked in 3 different school districts in Genesee County, and I can attest to the special education support in each of them, that it's phenomenal what we have available for our students. Is it ever enough? In my opinion, probably not, but we do have quite a bit of support for our students, and the teachers that are servicing them and supporting them are, like, beyond a doubt top notch. So the mantra that we use in special education is that all students belong to all of us. So when we're out in districts and we're in buildings, it doesn't matter what the child is, you know, classified with or labeled as. They are all of our kids, and that is something that we've been talking a lot about here in Batavia, specifically that it really does take a team effort, and I'll talk a little bit about that more as we kind of go into this, because we have multiple teachers and service providers providing services and supports for our students. So special education in Batavia, currently we have 255 students, give or take, who are classified. So that's about, it runs pretty consistent with the county. We're a little bit higher. We're at about 12% of our student population who are classified. And I know that there are some superintendents on the call, and we share students back and forth quite a bit. So we're in constant contact with our neighboring districts for various purposes, just because we have our families just kind of travel back and forth with housing. So so our needs of our students are pretty widespread, but we do have a pretty diverse program and continuum of services here in Batavia. So it allows most of our students to stay with us, as opposed to us having to send them out to specialized services at other BOCES, or to like Mary Curriola, that type of thing. We try to keep them here as much as possible because we feel that it's in their best interest to be able to stay close to home. But in those cases where we need to get them more support and more assistance, we definitely look to those more supportive environments. It's really cool in this position because you get to sit and hear all the plans that our seniors have, and how far they've come with even with having an IEP, an individualized education plan. Our students are, you know, and this is across the board, not just Batavia, but our students go on to college, they're going into careers. Many of them do take advantage, as Mr. Kircher was saying, similar to Byron Burgeon, many of our students who are classified with a disability still use and take advantage of the career in tech that's through the BOCES here in Batavia. So they do their classes here, and then they head over to whatever program they're in at the CTE portion of the of BOCES. We have students who select military. They're looking to go into different branches of the military, and then there are students that, you know, we find that they want to go out and they want to volunteer, they want to contribute to the community. So that's kind of a broad spectrum of what special education in Batavia looks like. So one of the big questions that people have asked is like, what was the impact of the March closure? And what did we do? Because, you know, March 13th, it was, you know, we knew kind of something was amiss, but we didn't really know how long, what was going to happen. So by the time that I think the call came through the evening of March 14th or Sunday the 15th, we were, you know, we were worried. So what we had to do is we had to figure out how to continue these services for our students, because when a student has an IEP, that's a legally binding document. So we had to like make sure that we had systems in place where we could ensure that our students were still learning and that they were getting appropriate education. So, I mean, we did everything. We had phone calls, home visits. Students that needed technology support were given the technology support. One thing we did find that some of our students who have multiple service providers, so they'll have speech and language and OT, PT, social workers, counselors, we found that we had to have a coordinated effort for contacting parents because parents said, oh my gosh, I got 10 phone calls over 2 days. I can't handle it. So we definitely had to coordinate our efforts, and everybody was trying to do what they thought was best for their students. So but very quickly we found out that we wanted to support, but we didn't want to overwhelm. So, but we really had to focus in on what we could do to keep our students engaged and moving forward. So we had teachers that were doing home visits. They had sidewalk chalk and they were out in the driveway with kids at times, sometimes on the down low, and we weren't supposed to know that, but we had teachers who were making every effort to make sure that they were supporting their students in the best way possible. Impact on learning, there were some surprises that we found that, I think we were surprised by what students remembered in terms of like skills, reading and math skills. When they came back in September, we saw that they had not lost as much as we thought that they had. But we did see some more losses in like related services. So if there were certain skills that students were working on with smaller gross motor or speech or language, that sometimes those kind of regressed, but once they got back into a regular treatment routine, they were back at it and ready to rock and roll. But parents, holy cow, like I know when Mr. Kircher was talking earlier, one person commented that they could really see what their students were learning. And that is something that we saw, obviously back when we closed, but also now when we have our students, and not just students with disabilities, but students across the board, when their parents are on, they're really watching to see, how is their student learning? How are they retaining the information? How are they, their handwriting, like all of these things. So it's a really great thing for us to be able to say, this is what we're working on, and the parents, have really become the partners there. So what we did for our students, we went round and round over the summer, as many districts did, trying to figure out how do we get all of our kids in. And we just didn't have the space. We didn't have the resources to bring all 2,100 students in 5 days a week. So what we had to do was we had to bring our students, we narrowed our focus in terms of who could come in 5 days a week, and our students with disabilities was the top priority to bring them in 5 days a week. So the majority are here 5 days. So it was a minimal disruption to their, like what we'd say, normal schedule. And it really made it so that we had to have this prescriptive instruction, and that's what we normally do. But I think just knowing that we really had to see what was with them, what we had to still do in order to close any gaps that we were seeing, it was just even more important for us to have that focus. And the other piece with this is that the therapies like speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy, music, we did find that those were best delivered in person. It's really, really difficult to deliver some of those therapies and treatments via teletherapy. So that was another big reason for that push to get the kids here 5 days a week. So, and right now the majority are here 5 days a week. We do have some students who are 100% virtual, or some that are 2 days a week, but by and large, most of our students with disabilities are here 5 days a week. And right now we're 100% virtual right now until the holiday break, but we did bring in a select population of our, particularly our self-contained students, to have in-person instruction right now. So, and that would allow them to continue those therapies in person. So the prescriptive instruction, so we've got schedules where, you know, our teachers are like just logistical rock stars in terms of when to schedule, how to schedule, what's virtual, what's in person. We did look at, and we had to implement some curriculum that would support that hybrid and in-person learning for some of our students. So, and that would be curriculum that most of the students in Batavia have access to, but some of it was specialized so that our students with disabilities had access to it as well. And just ongoing progress monitoring of student goals. I think that's in the world of special education. We've got that legal piece where we have to, we just have to continuously monitor goals and make sure that our students are making progress based on their IEPs. Limitations that we're finding right now, and I think this has come up earlier, but opportunities to go out into the community, work, study, volunteer time, those things have really kind of cut into the depth and the enrichment part of our programming. So we're continuously looking for opportunities for students to be able to still get out into the community and be involved, but in different ways that would be more based in the classroom, but using Zoom and those distance techniques. So adapting to the in-person, hybrid, and virtual, this was, and we're not the only ones that went through this, but a lot of professional learning. We've offered ongoing support for our special education teachers along with their gen ed colleagues, webinars, book studies, collegial partnerships. We have built in PLC time, and our special education teachers are part of that. So they kind of ride both areas. They're in with the general education teachers, but they also have their own learning networks that they're always bouncing ideas off of each other. Our online learning platforms, we had some math and reading platforms that we were fortunate enough to purchase in order to help with that online piece. Because not all of our students with disabilities are, obviously in person. So we had to find things that would be malleable to whatever situation we had. The collaboration with educators is huge. So teacher to teacher collaboration to really seek solutions. We're fortunate too to have instructional coaches at our elementary level. So they are working with faculty to, they're doing things from goal setting to instructional technology support, ideas for engagement, that type of thing. And the other big piece, this really should have its own slide, is the social emotional support for our teachers. And like all of the professionals working in education right now, is that it's a lot. You've got 50,000 tabs kind of open all at once, and we have to be able to put our air masks on before we can put the air masks on our kids. So the collaboration has just been a big part of that, and it's been that networking piece with helping our teachers and our staff members to really work through this, because especially with special education, you've got multiple service providers, but you also have one-to-one aides who can't necessarily sit 6 feet away from their child that they're kind of charged with. So, having that PPE, having that support. And then the other piece with this is the communication, just ongoing communication with everybody. And again, that kind of adds to the 50,000 tabs that you have open in your brain all at once. But this fall, we had to make it a big push to say this isn't the same model that we had as we did in the spring. So it added a little bit of, well, not a little bit, it added a lot, I'll be honest. It added a lot of of pressure to like say this, we have to be able to provide this model in a way that we didn't in the spring. And in the spring, it was a lot of trial and error. It was like, let me try this, let me do this, let me try this. Oh, it didn't work. I've got to tweak this and then put it back out there. So, and that kind of continued into the fall in terms of what's going to work best for our students. And to differentiate and make things work in a way for our students with disabilities was huge. So, and it's that ongoing, it's like, okay, I tried it. Did I master it? Did my kid get it? Like, I might think that it worked well, but my student who might have a speech or language struggle, or they may be, you know, maybe they can't read what's on the screen. How do I adapt that and make it so that they can read it? Can I read it to them? Can we record and then, you know, present it to them? So a series of decision-making processes kind of go on with that for all of our students. So staying in person, I think every week we're delivering more PPE to different classrooms, trying to maintain social distancing, and then cohorting our students as much as possible. So our students who are in self-contained rooms, that's pretty easy, but with our students who are, you know, they're in different settings all the time, where, you know, we try to cohort them as much as possible, and just communicating out to our learning community and our community in general that, you know, what we're doing to make sure that this is, you know, that we're staying safe. This picture is actually an example of one of the things that we had to do for some of our classrooms. You'll see over here on the right-hand side is a Chromebook that the camera is on. And then the teacher in this classroom, there was an aide somewhere over in the corner. There's a Chromebook here, and that's broadcasting across the hall to where the other half of that classroom is. So they were having classes like across the hall, but doing like simulcasts within the building. So I just wanted to share like some of the hoops that teachers across the board are kind of jumping through. So, and I don't know, this scene from Friends, I don't know if anybody is a Friends fan, but the episode where Ross, Rachel, and Chandler are trying to get this huge couch up up the stairs, and all the time, the whole time, Ross is yelling, pivot, pivot, pivot. And finally Chandler is like, shut up. And he finally says, like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna fit. Well, we didn't have that opportunity. We can't say this isn't gonna work. Like, we have to make this work for our kids. And it's not an option. And I think that's where the stress and the pressure comes in, is that we don't have the option to say it's not gonna fit. We have to make it work for our students. So, but that was just one of the images that would come to my mind as we were trying to get through this. And then just really quick, this is Alex. This is I believe it's a bearded dragon who became one of our class pets at John Kennedy last year. And Alex had to find a home and became the class pet of one of our teachers and their class. And on back in March, she said, I can't send him back home for various reasons, so I'm taking him home with me. And Alex, who was about, I don't know, 3 feet, including his tail in that picture, was so well taken care of during the closure back in the spring that he needed a bigger cage. And the teacher reached out to the family and said, hey, you know what, I'm really worried he can't turn around anymore. And this was a pretty big tank. He can't turn around anymore. He is, I feel bad for him. So the family sent the teacher a new terrarium, and that was about, it could fit, the teacher crawled in it. It was that big. So it was about 5 feet long, and about 5 feet by like 2.5 feet tall. She took a picture of it and of herself in it and said, "This is Alex's new home." So, and Alex stayed with her for a good portion of the closure. And, but I just wanted to like show that this is what teachers are doing. They are taking they're taking their heart and their soul and they're making it work in a time where we can't really say like, it's not going to work. This isn't going to work. We just like the couch, we can't say that this isn't going to work, and we're doing everything we can to make that work. And the special education teachers work right in concert with gen ed teachers and service providers to advocate, partner with teachers, partner with families, and do that case management piece for our students with disabilities, and make sure that, everybody has what they need to succeed. So, all right, so that's Alex. He was our class pet. Kids really missed him, but he made several appearances on Google Meets during the spring. So, but let me get back to, I'm going to stop sharing and see if you guys have any questions. So I'm just going to go back. I think there was a question about, speaking of impact on closing, how did the closure of Rainbow have? So we have a preschool special education chair, and she is phenomenal because she's working really hard to make sure that our students have services in that preschool education area. And that was we had a shortage last year, and now we have people that are able to service our students in those, and we were able to reallocate or find areas and schools where our students in the preschool realm could go. Yeah, that we could have the kids back in five days a week. Leroy, so we, in particular with Leroy, Maureen, do you want to elaborate just a little bit? Well, I can speak a little bit to that. So each school district has certain out of district placements where they work, and who they partner with for our students. So we do our best to make sure that they are getting, oh, okay, but services are limited. It's tough. One of the things, and I know Mr. Edwards and I have talked about this in the past when I was at Byron-Bergen, is just services in general in our area. It's really hard to get mental health services, related service providers like speech and OT and PT. When you look at the numbers, we just have a shortage across the board. And then working through students who might have needs on the autism spectrum, those are things that, it's an area where not a lot of providers are in that area. And when they're in those specialty areas, they're not necessarily coming to Genesee County to live and work. So, but on the flip side, we have to do our due diligence to try to find them and get them to come out and work with our students. So it's definitely a challenge. Do you guys have any other questions? I know it's a lot. I know that gen ed and special ed, and it's all these acronyms and everything. So we will continue to keep those kiddos in mind. That's the big thing. We can't let anybody fall through the cracks. Like that's just not acceptable. It's not an option. So we've got to keep everybody intact and know where they are and how to best service them.
Amanda, are there any silver linings that you have found kind of going through this and things that have changed that you may continue to keep for the better?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's a great question. I know we kind of look at like what's right in front of us, but I think what our teachers are finding is that they're finding out what the kids can do because they can't be right there all the time. So some of that learning that we're always really focused in on, that independence is huge. And the other piece too is that sometimes the frequencies that the students might have a service changed slightly, and just in terms of like the amount of time that goes between a service. Like instead of every other day, they might go 2 or 3 days between a treatment, and being able to see how the child can retain something has been really, I think, surprising to a lot of our teachers and our service providers. So that's been huge. The other piece too is the parent aspect, is that the emotional deposits is what we called it at the beginning of the year, because everybody reached out to parents at the beginning of the year just to say, hey, this is what we're looking at in terms of schedules. This is kind of the plan. So we all made those emotional deposits, and the feedback from parents and teachers alike was huge. They said, I wish we could start every year like this. Like normally we wait for parent conferences until like November, December, and we haven't made that connection yet with the parents. I think we found that first week that the teachers were back, but the kids hadn't come back yet. We took that time to build relationships with parents, and that was huge. And I think that's something that we're going to try to stick with.
Great idea. Any other questions for Amanda?
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Mr. Edwards, we're going to miss you over at BB. So we wish you all the best if I don't see you. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Amanda. All right. So that wraps up our morning part of our day today, which is hard to believe. It's noon already. So hopefully your tummies are grumbly. We are going to take how long lunch?
Gonna do the full 45?
Sure.
Peggy?
Come on. Well, when do you want to do the trivia?
Doesn't matter. I mean,
We could do a half an hour or do 45. Show of hands, half an hour. 45, show of hands, 45. Okay, well, it's kind of even, Steven. Nobody's doing too much. Okay, well, let's do the full 45. Give everybody a break, stretch, stand up, do all the good stuff that you have to do.
Sounds great. So we'll see everybody back here then at 12:45.
Okay.
So, yeah, I guess I couldn't really think of one until college. And that was probably just because they treated me like an adult and gave me that space to be a thinker. So that's all I could really come up with, unfortunately, which is sad. So, but it's taught me to really see kids for who they are and make them feel special. There's something extraordinary in each one of these youth, and you've got to find it, or else they just slip through the cracks, kind of like I did.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for sharing that. At least we've got some good college professors in there for you.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Steve, I think you are next.
So my favorite teacher was actually my second year of college. I started off as a marine biology major, and then I realized that fish really suck. and it does not excite me. So I had to keep a promise to my mother. I always wanted to be a firefighter since about 5 years old. And my mother's like, you know, now you just got to remember, she's a typical Italian woman, 4'11", bun in the hair, gold tooth. I mean, traditional, wore black. That's all we had. You know, choices are black, or black. And she's like, before you become a firefighter, you've got to go to school. So in case you get hurt, you can sit behind a desk and still work. Little did I know that this would be the end on the downside of the bell curve of my career behind the desk. But I went into engineering, and I really struggled with engineering at first because I just didn't want to be there. And this gentleman who was my finite element analysis teacher, Mario Restive, nice Italian boy, actually lived down the street from me. And he tried to engage me, and I just wouldn't engage. And I was ready to drop out of school and, you know, keep taking the civil service test till I became a firefighter. And he walked down the street one day, he says, "Come with me, let's go for a walk." And he goes, "What's going on?" I said, "I'm dropping out of school. Engineering doesn't excite me. I like it, but I want to be a firefighter." And he made me realize that so much of what I do as a firefighter would depend on engineering. And he actively engaged me, and he refused to let me drop out of school. I was in the engineering science program at Mohawk Valley Community College, and he got me to C, and I started working with him as like an unofficial intern on a lot of artificial intelligence and other things of that nature in my second year of school. And you know, he gave me the motivation, and we are still very good friends with each other. And I actually, after I graduated college, I started designing fire trucks. I did that for 10 years for some of the major cities around the world. So it was he is by far, he wouldn't give up on me. He forced me to see how engineering could play right into things that really excite me. And it was funny, it made me a better firefighter. It's made me a better officer. And it's made me a better chief officer. So yeah, Mario Restive. Woohoo! Way to go, Mario.
Wonderful. That's a great story. Thank you for sharing that with us. Danielle, you ready yet? We're still missing. You're on mute. Danielle, you're muted.
I keep hitting one button. I think somebody else hits the other button. I blame Eric. I was wondering if I haven't seen Catherine come in yet, I don't think, or John, or.
Catherine's coming in now. John.
I am here.
Hi, John.
Hello there. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Excellent.
Is
Catherine's
team
just getting in right now?
Excellent. Is Team GVIP ready to go? Do they need a couple minutes?
Rock and roll.
All right. I want to introduce everybody, and then I'll turn it over to you guys. So we have John Sanfrancello, who is the executive principal over at GVEP, and then we'll have Catherine Bennett, who's the assistant principal. She is from the class of 2007. Then we have Rich Monroe, who is a teacher in the building trades electricity program. And then lastly, we'll have Chris Swazi, who's class of 2008, and he is representing GCEDC today. All right, John and Catherine, I'm gonna turn it right over to you guys.
Yeah, so hi, everyone. And Catherine's gonna start her screen share to kind of just share a little bit about what it is that we've been doing lately, which is why Chris and Rich are both on here as well. One of the biggest things that I love about having Leadership Genesee come to our campus each year. So I apologize that, you know, through all of this, that you won't be able to see what we do here day in and day out. But I will say that this is the biggest place that folks don't know about. You know, that this is a gem of Genesee County that, you know, even me growing up in Batavia, you know, being in Batavia, going across the street, I wish I knew then what I know now of what it is that we offer day in and day out here. You know, we offer all career and technical education along with special education, as well as alternative education throughout, you know, not only Genesee County, but we also have kids coming in from Wyoming and Livingston County, you know, and from our region, I think we are about, out of 37 BOCES, we're about the 17th largest BOCES within the state. And so between our two campuses, you might think that because we are a rural region from here and in Mount Morris, that you know, that we might have a small number of kids, but actually we have over 40% of juniors and seniors in Genesee County that come here on a daily basis. Well, now, you know, our schedule has changed because of COVID, of course. But what we do is we try to provide the best for the kids within the county and within the region. Between the two campuses, we have a little over 1,200 kids that come here throughout the region. So, you know, that's you know, we're here for the districts, and we certainly enjoy everything that goes on day in and day out here. So that's why I always say that it's, you know, a gem that not everybody, you know, knows or is able to see. It's better to see it, you know, and live it, and come in here and see the machines, see kids at work, you know, see them, you know, doing the things that they want to do when, you know, they leave high school. So, you know, we have a lot going on here that Catherine's going to share with you. We have, and why we have Rich and Chris here is because, you know, we want to work with area businesses. You know, we're trying to get education kind of K-12 and into GCC and into colleges so that we can offer as many opportunities for kids as possible. Whether it is just through high school graduation, we do offer dual credit to college or through colleges, GCC, MCC, ECC, just to name a few. So kids are able to get college credit while they're here, and it does transfer over to certain colleges. We have articulation agreements with not only Genesee community colleges, but also colleges all around the state. So, you know, really this works more of, you know, question answer type thing. But let me go back to my original thought of why Chris and Rich is here. We work well with economic development, area businesses, lots of partners, you know, Graham's, Oxbow, Amada Tool is huge, as well as Graham's is, but a lot of the area businesses, Liberty Pumps, and just to name a couple that we have kids going out when it wasn't COVID, going out on internships and co-ops and job shadows and lots of different things, because not every kid knows what this region offers as far as businesses are concerned. So if you work in a business and you know, want to get involved, you know, that's what we're here for. We would love to partner up with you. And so that's kind of where Chris comes in. There might not be I don't know if there's been a day that goes by that I haven't talked to Chris in some way, shape, or form. And that's a good thing, because through him, we've been able to get grant money. We've been able to get business donations, which is why Rich Monroe is on, because we started an electrical mechanical program because of mechatronics that is getting to be a huge need within our region. And so we started this program that is unlike other programs in the state. And so we are one of only one or two other BOCES in the state that has a program like this. And so we're always talking about, you know, cutting edge, what can we do to help businesses? You know, how can we provide businesses with kids that will not only live and stay within the region, but also getting them good work. So that's kind of a little bit about BOCES. We do draw from 11 different districts that come here each and every day, and we have a wide range of programs that are offered. And so those are some of the things that Catherine and the others are going to fill in about. So if there's questions, please ask us, whether through the chat or unmute yourself, and please ask away. That's what we're here for, so that we can help uncover some of the things that we do here.
All right, thanks, John. Are there any questions so far? All right. So I pulled this more together, and I'm going to share this with Danielle and Peggy after, so that she can distribute, and you guys can read through these things or watch these videos if you want. There's just a little summary about how we worked with Chris Swazi and John Jacobowski from Economic Development, and we were able to secure some pretty hefty donations. So about 8 years ago, right before Mr. Sanfratello started over at BOCES, due to some budget constraints, we had actually closed the doors to our machining program. So our shop sat there dark with all the machines, but at the time, with the budget constraints that we were managing, BOCES just didn't have the money to invest in making that shop up to date, to provide the technology that our business and industry partners were looking for. But when John started, there was a cry from our partners, from our industry partners, that said, we have to have this program. We don't have the employees that we need in order to do what we need to do. So we need a pool of employees to work from. And so pretty much a plea to BOCES to start this program back up. So with Chris's help and, some of our industry partners, we were able to secure some of these donations, and have been able to reopen the doors and start that program again, and offer some of the best technology for our students who are in that program. This is an article that you can read that features the a welding student and the welding simulator. I'm going to show you a video about that. We were able to get a donation from Grams for a welding simulator. This is a pretty cool high technology piece, where students are able to do a weld, and the machine will give them feedback, very specific technological feedback, and a score. So not only can students practice and really fine tune their welding skills, but teachers can use it as an assessment, and also kind of fine tune their teaching as to where they need to focus. So I'll show this video, and if you have any questions, I'm going to just fast forward a little bit because it's a little bit of a lag. You can see this is Mr. Geyer, who is the instructor who's standing behind the student. And so he is obviously supervising. And on that screen provides him the some feedback about the bead that he's putting down at this point. That's the welding simulator. I'm not going to go any further with that because we're having is that a bad connection on your end? Was it choppy?
Yeah, choppy.
Choppy, yeah. All right. I have multiple people in my household that is probably streaming on my, we're all quarantined. So I apologize if my bandwidth isn't big enough. But this is this video about Evan Bartz. He is a machining student. So he went into our machining program, and how our metal trades program works is all of our students who enter the metal trades program, they do a rotation between machining and machining and welding their first year. And then their second year, they choose to go into like their concentration, whether it's machining technology or welding. Evan Bartz went into the machining technology program, and this is just a really good video that shows everything about our partnerships and the opportunities that a student may have in our machining technology program.
I am the machining instructor here at the partnership. I instruct students on different machining processes pertinent to industry needs. We have two unique partnerships. The first one is with NASA, the space agency, where students are manufacturing flight hardware for the International Space Station. It is the third year of this partnership. Then new for this past year, we have developed a partnership with Cornell University. First and second year students are manufacturing hardware for a particle accelerator called C-Beta. We're working from engineering drawings from both NASA and Cornell developing these parts for them. So students of the program are typically between 15 to 18 years old. Yeah, it's a real exciting opportunity for the students to have such partnerships with NASA and Cornell. Throughout the course of the school year, NASA professionals, engineers, machinists will come on campus to work with the students, and the students have an opportunity to interact and network with these professionals to create these parts for the space station. Students have a unique opportunity halfway through their first year and into their second year to go out on paid co-ops and internships with local industries. There's a pretty rigorous process that the students have to go through as far as working with the employers, being able to go out. But it's a really exciting opportunity for the students to see firsthand all the great career opportunities available in Genesee County. My role as a teacher, I see myself as a facilitator between the student population and the local industry as a whole, where I'm instructing the students on the expectations as far as professionalism out in the workplace and also the technical skills needed to be highly successful in this competitive job market. So we focus heavily on CNC, computer numerical control machining processes, as well as programming and creating solid models with different design software.
When I first came into BOCES, I didn't really know what to think about machining. I was new to it. I didn't really understand it. But the more and more I did it, the more and more I kind of found my niche, and I kind of fell in love with it. And it's something that's taken me to where I am today. So this program has been very, very beneficial to me, learning how to use the program, learning how to use the machines, learning how to do setups, how to be accurate, and just teaching the disciplines of machining, and just all around showing somebody how to become a machinist. And coming into the workforce, one of the best things that I could have done was went on a co-op through the program and getting my feet wet in the workforce, in the manufacturing companies, without actually working there, more so just going there to learn more. Starting July 1st, I start my full-time job at Graham Manufacturing in Batavia. I thought that I was going to go to college and that's the only way for me, but then I fell into something like this and it changed my mind. And Graham offers tuition reimbursement if I do decide to go back to college for something or another. So it's always in the cards, but don't think that right after high school you have to go back to more schooling to do what you want to do. It's a very cool feeling knowing that I go from something that I was doing in school just as kind of a hobby, wanting to learn how to do it, to being able to make a living doing it. Something that I like doing.
Area employers are excited and enthusiastic to work with students coming out of this program based on the skills and knowledge that they're learning. Two program partners would be Mata Tool America and Grand Manufacturing, working with the students, setting them up to be successful upon graduation from the program.
So that's just a couple of examples with the partnerships that we have. And, Evan, of course, is a success story. We have other success stories as well. Nice job with Jim and economic development doing that particular video, kind of just to showcase what's been going on here for the last few years. Working well with businesses and partnerships with businesses. Unfortunately, Tim's not here anymore because USG decided to hire him, so they poached him without me knowing, and so darn those USG. But
no hard feelings.
Yeah, but he, everything that he has done, he's a good fit for USG and still a business partner for the kids, especially in the program that Richie is going to talk about. Another one, Catherine?
Oh, Yeah, we'll get to Richie in a little bit. I next wanted to talk, are there any questions about the machining and the partnerships there with Graham and those types of things? Anybody have anything?
Yeah, I'll come back to Gavin's question later on about what we do for adult learners or career changers as well. That's a great.
Okay. Okay. So another example of a partnership was right next door, Freightliner came to town, and again, some of the same issues with like, well, if we're going to build this facility, how are we going to employ and meet the needs of our employment? So let me just share this video that was done by the, this was the Democrat or the Daily News, right? I'll just share that, and
Yes.
that kind of sums it up. This is our ribbon cutting ceremony that we had last November.
So over the course of the last couple of years with Debbie Gauron and Cindy Clark is they have manufactured a classroom and a bay for our diesel mechanic program, which we started last year, to be housed here. So the teacher and the students will have an opportunity to work in the classroom over here along with this bay, and they'll get hands-on experience within the facility. And they'll not only work with the instructor, Jim Chameau, but they'll also have the opportunity to work within the facility and the other technicians that are here as well. So they'll be trained through Jim, but also be trained through Freightliner's dealership parts and maintenance and all of those things, so that when the kids leave here, or if they're working well here, then it gives Freightliner an opportunity to then hire them.
I just feel that it's a big learning opportunity for, I mean, not only us core, but our whole class.
Yeah, it's lagging a little bit.
There isn't sound on my end, if there's supposed to be.
I think Catherine's muted and that's knocking the audio off.
Yeah, Catherine. Catherine, you on? Well, it might be her. Yeah, it might be her thing lagging as well. But yeah, so this is you obviously you can see our partnership with Freightliner. So we have our classroom there, totally dedicated to diesel mechanics. And like I said, within my video, the opportunity for these kids to be within a business, learn ropes of the business, but better yet, there's Debbie right there. She's been phenomenal to work with, and allowing the kids and the teacher to have access to everything that Freightliner has to offer, and then turning around and yeah, really it's for the benefit of them and their company, due to the fact that any of our top kids, they kind of have luck of the draw right now. So if we have, really good diesel mechanics, then they're, Deb had said that, they would hire them on the spot and, and be able to, really do their business, make them more beneficial just because of us being there. So another great partnership that we've been able to coordinate here, again, through economic development and, working with Debbie and her daughter. Things have been going really well over there with our kids that are in that particular program. You have anything to add, Catherine? Because you're muted. Still muted.
I said just that it's been an amazing experience, and they're just incredible partners, and for them, they're so accommodating to provide us such an amazing facility for our students to get such a wonderful place to train. I mean, it's really just an honor for us to be working with them and to have them so close, literally like right in our backyard for our students to have that opportunity. Any questions about that? All right. So then I'm going to pass it over to Richie and to Chris to talk about the mechatronics call and and our answer at BOCES to start up our electromechanical trades program.
Perfect. Thank you. Chris, you want to start? And
yeah,
then
I'll start. Yep, and we'll finish with our relief pitcher, Big Rich. I'll tell you one thing. It is a pleasure, as John alluded to. Him and I are on speed dial, and it's been a great run here the last few years. A lot of times, I've been doing a thing I call Coach Swaz, and it's all about getting into the schools as a youth career coach to inspire kids. And putting our teams together has been nothing but spectacular. When you look at what we've done with the Glow With Your Hands event, if you hadn't heard about it, glowwithyourhandsvirtual.com is a great website we did last year. I was co-chair along with Jay Lazzaroni and a host of teams and all volunteers. And we had over 1,000 students go to the Genesee County Fairgrounds and work with their hands for the day. And of course, John and Rich and their teams were at the event for hands-on activity. And from that, everything is starting to get great momentum. And so as I talked about with my partner in crime, Jim Krenzik, who's doing all the marketing and media support, I told him, I says, grab onto our coattails because we got a lot going on. And there's a lot to offer that people don't really fully understand. And so with the great opportunities that we have with the media, we're putting together several programs so we can get this out to parents as well as the students and understanding these opportunities that are here. So the number one opportunity that we have in the Glow region, and it's really across the state, across the country for that matter, is the middle skills gap. So trying to find trained technicians is very hard, and certainly hard if unemployment rate is back to the 3% range. Once we'll get out of this crazy COVID, we'll see that again. And so we talk about the Fountain of Youth and the opportunity that we got to align our students to these career paths that are in their backyard. And number one is the electromechanical need for electromechanical technicians. And with that, I'll have Richie talk about the program, but we were able to partner with Liberty Pumps, with National Grid and our own economic development agency to come up with $20,000 to begin the funding, along with Genesee Valley BOCES and John Sanfrantello for about $100,000 worth of equipment. So the school district specifically put up $80,000 and private industry put up $20,000, if you will. And now we have great equipment to really train these kids. And I'll let Rich take it over from here.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the 25 years in the making, actually. I started with the school 25 years ago, expecting to be just strictly an electrical trades teacher. And then we built the building trades program from square one, building houses. We've been building houses for 23 years, custom built homes in the region, focusing kids towards the jobs that are in the construction industry. And when John Sanfrantello first started, he came to me with this problem that we've got with not having enough electrical trades technicians or electromechanical technicians in our region, and asked me what it would take to do that. And I toyed with the idea for a few years, but with building trades going as strong as it was, and certain things that we never really saw the opportunity. And year before last, our electronics teacher retired. And we saw that as an opportunity to springboard the electromechanical trades program, which is kind of a hybrid between the electronics trade and the trade electrician trade. and trying to help many of our manufacturing facilities in Genesee County and surrounding areas to have better technicians that can help keep machines going, new installs, PLCs, computer operated equipment, much like what you might see at an HB Hood or USG in the area, or Grand Manufacturing. All these places are going to such automated systems that we need to have technicians to be able to do this. And we thought that this would be a good springboard for us. So we're starting this program really this year. We started it last year, but really we're taking and we're jumping leaps and bounds this year. We're building a lab with the students, which houses our brand new equipment and some homemade equipment that we're doing for ourselves that would mirror some of the equipment that we bought. But the kids are going to be able to take this apart and put it together and make mistakes with it and not have to worry about it being a $100,000 piece of equipment. There's a little video here that Catherine can start anytime she wants, and I'll kind of give you a little virtual tour of what's going on. We're in room A157, building A, and I don't have any before pictures of what this looked like, other than it looked like a big storage area at BOCES. We had a bunch of stuff in here, and we've been moving stuff around and constructing all of the booths. The kids built all of the framing, and we've installed all the boxes, and we're doing the piping and connecting everything to that big square box at the top. We call it a gutter. And we're going to be soon pulling wire through there and getting those booths activated. We've got all our equipment storage secured, new ladders and pipe benders and things like that, which the kids are actively working on right now. What you're going to be seeing as we pan down the side of this, you're going to see that stuff that's on the blue frames, the blue tables and stuff. That's our brand new Amatrol equipment, which is all interactive. It's all plug and play, where the kids can mix and match and do things as according to the lab experiments that come along with it. Everything here is also virtual. We have bought we purchased the package so that the kids not only can do this hands-on when they're but in the age of COVID, they can do this stuff and simulate it online at home to do some practice there also. But you're looking at about $100,000 worth of equipment that is all state of the art, is all interfaceable with computer technology, grading, assessments, all of those things we can do to meet New York State education standards. And it's really exciting to me. I've got, it's like being a brand new teacher, only with 25 years experience, and being able to go through and wade through the waters, have the teaching experience, and having this equipment to be able to bring kids into the 21st century of electromechanical trades. And hopefully also down the road that we would be able to expand it into what I'm going to call an engineering type of program, which would be leading into a mechatronics program. But we have to get the fundamentals down first. And to do any of this stuff, you really have to know a lot about electricity and a lot about its interfacing with the mechanical world before we can ever delve into the mechatronics thing. But the big goal is to make this as state of the art and user friendly to our business partners. Another thing I'd like to add is, you talk about Tim Gleba, he left the facility. Well, all he's done is just relocated to USG. Him and I have phone conversations every day now, because because of this new innovation of equipment and training facility that we've got, they want to directly partner with us and start training about 7 brand new apprentices. These guys are going to be doing a combination of virtual training as well as hands-on training. And I don't know if you noticed that some of those pieces of equipment are portable. I'll be able to take that stuff on the road and go right over to their facility and do some in-house training with them. But they're committed to getting these guys through a 4-year apprenticeship program starting as soon as this January.
But Rich, I'm just gonna build on top of that. So back to Gavin's question about adult learners and being retrained for additional careers. So yeah, for adult learners, so the same thing is what we're trying to do is trying to make this as fluid as possible for people in the region. So yeah, kids that come through here, you know, we try to add to them so that they can build off to next steps after graduation, get a job, be connected with a business, do those kinds of things. Same thing on the flip side for the adult learners. So the young adults that are 18 to 24, that huge population there, we look to try to target, working with economic development, workforce development, Jay Lazzaroni as well through the county, and trying to help build for businesses and adult learners as well. So adult education, we have night classes, so welding, we've had machining, we've had electrical, which Rich has taught in the past, to provide training opportunities not only for adults, but also for those who are looking for other careers. So if, you know, if there's somebody out there that is looking to do a different career, we also have adults in our career and tech programs during the day as well, where those folks come in side by side as, you know, high school students, but they are learning different careers as well. We usually have a high number of adults that take machining and welding and or building trades. Those are just usually the ones that the adults will go into that have those transferable skills to get them a job. And so that is that opportunity, but we also try to work with adult ed where there's a carrot at the end. So if we do a program, which because unfortunately with COVID, we did have a machining program that we were going to launch for adults, but that kind of went by the wayside for now, just because of the timing. But yeah, we, you know, working together and working with businesses, whatever opportunities that we can give for folks to get a job or to be retrained, that's the purpose of BOCES, not only in the high school career and tech world, but also on the adult ed side of things as well, which is why Rich is talking with the partnership with USG. They can help get their employees retrained with Rich or making them more marketable within USG to do other things as well, just because of the transferring of skills.
John, can I add on to that a little bit too?
Yep.
So we also have another partner that I got introduced to last year. His name is Bob Coyne. He's with the RTMA out of Rochester Technical and Machining Association. And he was already working with our welding and machining classes and things like that. And he got wind of what we were trying to do with the electromechanical program and came over and introduced himself and really was excited about what we're trying to do. And he approached me and said, listen, we get this off the ground with your equipment. We're partnering with MCC and GCC. He wants to help me get this program registered with New York State as a registered apprenticeship site, so that the technology that we're teaching, the kids would get a start in a registered apprenticeship program and be recognized across New York State as a registered apprentice, qualify their hours. And it is our hope that once a kid starts here in their first 2 years, that they would finish their apprenticeship training postgraduate, post-secondary education right here at our BOCES and get a full-fledged apprenticeship training, registered apprenticeship, journeymanship after leaving high school through this facility.
Another thing I'll add on too, if I may, Rich and John, because of the RTMA, we are a part of the Finger Lakes Youth Apprenticeship Program.
Yep.
And this year, right now, BOCES has in the metal trades and mechatronics, there's about 100 students. So this year with Youth Apprenticeship, what we're looking to do is in 11th grade, do a job shadow for 8 hours between March and May. And in 12th grade, do an actual paid internship at the company like Evan Bartz did. And with that, we had 37 kids out of 100 sign up, half of which are juniors, the other half are seniors, of which 20 of the 37 are from Richie's class. And
20 of them.
20 up to 37. So
Out of
we are
23
getting,
kids.
see, Rich will get excited if you don't know Rich by now, but he is excellent cheerleader. And, you know, like everything, it takes selling and an understanding to the kids, these opportunities. And the 20 kids that signed up understand what's ahead of them, that they are highly in demand. And so now we got to get the companies lined up to take on the job shadows and the actual internships for the seniors. And that will really start the pipeline into an apprenticeship program at the company level. So
Right.
we are
Plus-
excited to do all that together. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah. Plus you start talking about with some of these kids, they, you know, don't really, you know, you guys all know teenagers, they could care less about some things, but then you start talking numbers and telling them that, you know, they are in demand as electricians, and, you know, starting out, you can start out at $25 an hour, $28 an hour, or even higher. You know, then you start catching, you know, some kids of, oh, really? You know, and it's not unheard of an electrician making six figures. Not at all, right, Rich? I mean, you know, it is.
You're talking to the wrong electrician at this point in time, but yeah, I know I have former students of mine that are making six figures for sure.
Oh, right, but Rich, it's the love here that makes up for what you don't make in your salary.
Well, let me tell you, you know that, baby, because there ain't no place you can get Richie love
So
like
much love.
our Genesee Valley BOCES.
So much love right here.
It's exciting though. We got a lot of good things happening and more coming. As John alluded to on the adult ed side and retraining, and we're working on an advanced training facility with BOCES, you know, post high school. So, and again, listening to companies and understanding what their needs are, and we want to spec the training to what they need in reality, right? So it's been a great thing. It's all about partnership, teamwork together. And I know that's all about what LG is all about too. So we appreciate all your support and effort in helping us drive these programs and taking things on that Jim Krenzik will send you in the media and flipping them right to your own networks. And then that's the whole goal here, is to change the mindset of, we got great careers here in Genesee County and in the Glow region.
So anybody have any questions? Gavin, thank you for your question. Appreciate that. Are there any other questions? Anything specific about programs? Anything else that we do here? Can be anything at all. Like I said, it's better when you're actually here in the facility and we can walk around and you can see the sights and the smells and, you know, kids working and all of that. So it is a little bit different. So post COVID, I welcome any of you to come tour the facility. We're here. We always love to show it off. Always love to show things off that we do here. And just because the pure thing of, no matter if you are a first-time student, a parent, grandparent, anything, and people come in here, it's always, oh, wow, I didn't know you guys did that there. Yeah. So that's usually what we get. And so I welcome, you know, any and all. But you know, we're open for questions, and that way we're staying on time frame.
Awesome. So anybody have any questions for them? There's got to be some questions out there.
John, what is your capacity? If every student wanted to jump into these programs, how many can we accommodate in Genesee County?
Well, there was a question asked by the previous, not previous, just because there's been so many lately. But when the commissioner had visited a long time ago, well, not a long time ago, it was my first couple of years, asked the question of, if we gave parents the opportunity to say, I want my kid to go to BOCES, would that affect numbers? Wholeheartedly, yes, it would. If we had the capacity, we don't have the capacity to hold more kids than what we have now. Even with COVID, and I would say that as far as career and tech is concerned, our numbers have been not only stable, but have increased over the course of the last 3 years. And that goes for both facilities. And so the more we grow, what that does is then we have to get more teachers and we have to get more staff and of course more equipment. You know, and that sometimes is also difficult. You know, when you have to go in line to buy a bulldozer, because when I went through teaching, I'm a teacher, so you know, as a social studies teacher, they didn't teach me how to figure out how to buy a bulldozer. I don't know how to do that. So, you know, so those are the kinds of things, you know, that we have to make sure that, you know, kids have. And that's why it's been so great with the business partnerships that we've had to get the EMT program off the ground, because we wouldn't have been able to afford it ourselves. And knowing that, you know, not only are the kids that are in there loving it, but so are the parents, but so are the business partners, and saying, hey, you know, thank you for, you know, really listening to us and making opportunity for kids to stay within the region.
Mhm.
Anything else?
It is too bad that you guys couldn't have visited in person today, because one of the best parts of Leadership Genesee Education Day is culinary arts. So it's too bad.
I may or may not have corn chowder from yesterday, so sorry, folks, that, you know, we had soups
That
yesterday.
is a perk. It is a
All
perk.
right.
to work at
That is
BOCES
a
to have our
perk.
culinary
Well, yeah.
students deliver
Well,
treats to us in our
Well,
office.
here's the thing. I'm sure that when we can come, I have no problem saying to the class of 2020, let's have lunch at BOCES. And we'll do that.
That's
Okay.
right.
That's
We would
what
love for that. We would love that.
Absolutely. So, you know what, we have a belief, and I got some feedback a couple sessions ago. We have a belief that leaders have to lead through everything, good, bad, and the ugly. And this hasn't been the greatest, but we decided to forge on and make it work, just like you're doing. So that's what we're doing, and we'll come and have lunch, I promise.
Sounds good.
Along that lines, either Catherine or John, if you want to touch on some of the, maybe just highlight or talk about a couple of the other programs that you guys are offering there. I was just about to bring up culinary, but some of the other programs as well, just briefly.
Yeah, another big program is building trades. Usually you get to see the house that we're building. Unfortunately, this year we're not building a house just because of COVID, we weren't sure if we'd be able to finish it. And so that was the main reason why we weren't doing it this year. But that program is still helping out. Like, for example, they're helping Pembroke build dugouts for their baseball and softball teams. They're doing a pole barn. They're doing some other projects for us. And so that's another big program that each year we do build a house for a family, you know, that it's their money that we utilize to get the supplies. And it's pretty much that the kids are taught all their lessons at the house site, all of that, and the house is built from the ground up. We also have auto tech, auto body. You know, we talk about perks of the job. So if there's something wrong with my car, I bring it into auto tech. If I got a dent, I bring it to auto body. If my dog needs to be groomed, I go to animal science. You know, if my computer doesn't work, I go to either graphic arts or programming and interactive media. If there's something wrong with my heart, I go down to Health Dimensions and they can check it out for me, or my pulse to see if I'm crazy. You know, if you name it, we got it. You know, so there's lots of other programs that we do offer. You know, animal science is another one. We have a new teacher that came in from the veterinary side of the world. And so she's really gung-ho about changing what it is that they do there. We do have animals here on campus, smaller animals. Our May Center counterparts do have larger animals, cows, pigs, things like that. But we do have that conservation. And of course, you already saw diesel conservation runs all heavy equipment. So bulldozers, excavators, they also go out and they work in tandem with building trades to like carve out the driveway, to do some digging, lay cables, those kinds of things. And of course, machining and welding. We also have, just for seniors, we have our Health Career Academy and Justice Academies. Health Career Academy is actually housed over at the New York State School for the Blind. Lori Napoleon runs that particular program. And many of those kids, they're here for 1 year. But Catherine, how many credits do they get? 14?
15.
15 credits that they're here through GCC for IT for Health Career Academy and Justice Academy. They go out job shadows. They go all over both of those programs and do very well. As far as getting kids in. So we do have a wide range of business partners as well. So it's just not for, machining and welding, advanced manufacturing. We have all kinds of business partners with building trades. We have 100% placement rate out of that program. So when kids leave here, they have a job. Same things with Health Dimensions. That's our CNA program. Usually once the kids take the certification and receive their license here, before they graduate, many of those kids will already get a CNA job somewhere. So they will be hired before they leave us. Any others that I'm missing? I think that's a lot of them, right, Catherine?
I'd like to add something.
COS and criminal justice.
Oh yeah, COS is huge, of course. And not only with cosmetology, but we're also doing barbering now. And so that's a different facet within that. And so the barbers come in and yes, they have to do cosmetology because that's how it is. But then they concentrate more on the barbering side of things their senior year. Rich, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that since I left building trades, we didn't leave that hanging as far as the electrical program goes. We did hire an exciting new teacher out of industry. His name is Jake Demarius. He's got a lot of energy. And he is going to be carrying on with that part of the building trades program. So we're attacking the electrical field from both different ends, from the residential field all the way up through the industrial commercial field of things. So we pretty much think we got all that covered. But I wanted to introduce Jake. You're going to meet Jake. He's a great guy, and he's going to carry the torch.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good question, Danielle. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Does anybody have any other questions for that, everybody, or anybody? Well, very good. Team GVEP, Team BOCES, I appreciate all of you for coming out, and thank you for taking your time today.
And if you do have
Thanks for
other
inviting
questions, I know that Mickey can certainly answer them. Mickey's a BOCES guy as well, knows ins and outs of there. And of course, him being over at Byron Burgeon certainly helped, but for now. But anyway, but if there are questions, I know that Mickey can help answer anything as well. So.
Excellent. And as Catherine mentioned, she'll share that presentation with myself and Peggy, so we'll pass that on to everybody too, so you can see those videos.
Awesome.
All right. Thanks for making us part of your day. We
appreciate it. It was
Thank
good
you.
seeing
Great
all
day.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Have fun, LG. Class of 2008, we're great.
2007's better.
Okay. Shall we do a little trivia, Peggy? Is that what you're thinking? Okay, I got a head shake. See if I can get this to work.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
All right, we're trying to get everyone a little interactive, just meant to have a little bit of fun. There may or may not be some prizes, might just be some bragging rights. But at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen, and at the bottom of it is going to be a website that you can go to. And you can either do this on your phone, on a computer, however you want to do it. And let's see if we can get this to work. Share screen. Okay. All right, everybody see that? So down here at the bottom, it says play. So you're gonna go to crowd.live. Once you get there, you're gonna enter this code right over here. That's just gonna keep scrolling like that for you.
You gotta be able to spell.
Give everybody a minute or so to get there.
HYU. H Y. Oh, oh, oh. My name's not Lisa. Go. I'm in. How fun is that? All right, I'll mute. Sorry. I'll stop giggling.
I don't know. I don't know what it's not even live, but yeah, it's going live. And I don't know why.
Mine
There it
says,
goes.
oh, here we go. Mine says the game paused.
Yep.
Okay. We have 11
Okay.
players. We can do it.
No.
No, won't go?
Well,
Well, why don't you just ask the questions?
no, it's like disappeared.
They
Like
want
it kicked me out of it.
Well, while Danielle works on that, we will continue to see who else we have missed here for sharing their favorite teachers. So Charity, are you still there? How about Karen? Are you available, Karen?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to work at the same time.
Nope, that's okay. So we're just looking for your most impactful teacher, please.
Oh, wait. I have to say something. So, gotcha.
I would say my first and second grade teacher was the same, Mrs. Anderson. She really treated all of the kids like they were her children. Just an amazing teacher. I believe I even went out to pizza with her after she was going to be moving away. So she was just a really special teacher.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. Let's see here. Eric, are you there? Did we do Eric? Everybody's
We already
moved.
did me.
Okay. Everybody's moved on my screen. So, Maureen, are you still there?
You know, as host, I have the ability to undo your video, so I will do that.
It's hard today. How about Sarah Stockwell? Are you still with us, Sarah? No.
Oh, Sarah put hers in the chat a while ago.
Okay.
She doesn't have camera or mic. Let's see. I'll try to find it.
How about Christy Waldron? Are you still with us, Christy?
Yep, I'm here. Oh, hold on.
Nice and loud, Christy.
Hello. I'd have to say probably, I mean, again, I'm kind of with Lydia. I wasn't a great student in school. So not until I had to start paying for it myself when I went to college. But I would say probably who made the most impact was my health teacher, Mr. Grant. He's now Dr. Grant, and very much retired. But I don't have any big sappy story. He made an impact. I think made the information relatable. I love health. It's what I went to college for. I wanted to be a health teacher until I found out how difficult it could be to get a job as a health teacher. And now they want like health/gym teachers, and that's never going to happen. So gym was my least favorite, 100%. I blocked it my senior year. So yeah, I liked, he was just really down to earth, sarcastic, which is kind of me. So I think that's why he resonated with me so much. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yep.
Sarah just put in here, my favorite teachers were Dr. Dumas and Mrs. Hinchy, third grade teaching team at Byram Virgin. She also says that they made school exciting and related what we were learning to the real world. So that's exactly what we'd like for our teachers, for sure. So.
Good for you. I just found it, so good for you.
All right. And who else is with us that I haven't called on that I might have missed you somewhere here along the way?
Did you see Maureen's? Did you just read it?
No. Let's see. So Maureen's, she states that hers was her third grade teacher, Mrs. Found. She seemed to be ahead of her time in 1977 or 78. We dissected a cow's eye right in the classroom. She also was very comforting during the blizzard of 77 when we had to sleep overnight at school. So for those of you that may have had to endure that, I'm sure having a comforting teacher at that time for sure was a big necessity. She also says in there, I'm dating myself.
That's awesome.
So anybody else would like to share with us that I might have missed? Let me see. I don't know who C. Clark is.
Chris Clark?
I'm not. Chris, are you still with us?
I don't think he has video, but he.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess my teacher would be, it's funny because right after the BOCES, my best teacher or influential teacher was my BOCES teacher for automotive. Because he actually, for the last 2 years in high school, I was able to take BOCES both in years, and really he kind of really applied himself for the people that applied themselves in class, about pursuing that career stuff and, mechanics and stuff like that. And he was willing to actually on his own time stay over and stuff and help the people that were really interested in pursuing that career. And actually till this day, that's the career I'm in, because of him, and got my education in the military as a mechanic and stuff. So, and he would be Mr. Yakabuchi is his name. So he'll be the biggest influence he had on me as a teacher.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us this morning, or this afternoon now, it is, we are. So Nick, are you there?
I am. Really, I've been like some of the other people, unfortunately, grade school, high school, that kind of thing. There wasn't necessarily a teacher that I would say influenced me the most or significantly, because unfortunately those days I was kind of the, just want to get in, get out type of person. But once I got into, college and started studying, trying to determine what I wanted to do for a future, I kind of gravitated a little bit towards the business side of it, but then even then I wasn't sure, specifically what. And thankfully I happened to take an HR class. And coincidentally it was with a compensation person, and he kind of asked me what I wanted to do, and it started giving me a little bit of information about why don't you want to do HR and why don't you do that, and it's a great field. And at the time I had some of those stereotypical thoughts in my head of, well, HR is just kind of a paper pusher at a desk. They don't really get much exposure to people and that kind of stuff. And he was really able to open my eyes to more than administrative pieces of HR. There's a training piece of it where you get to kind of have your hands in people's career path and help them develop as a person and grow. And that really kind of stuck with me and was something I really wanted to do. And so, I ended up majoring in HR and still do that to this day. And thankfully I have the ability to kind of see people come from, new hires into future leaders.
Wonderful. I can say there's definitely people in HR. It's not just paper pushing. I probably spend more time with people than I do with paper pushing, for sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thanks so much for sharing that. I think, Danielle, are you up and running?
Would you read Charities? Charity wrote, yeah.
I'm sorry, let me pull that up here.
That's okay.
Okay, so Charity states, sorry not to be able to answer on the screen. My favorite teacher is Corey Penna, a teacher at Lockport High School. He was actually an after-school staff that I had at the Y. Taught me that great educators don't just have to be in school. He gave me life homework assignments to take civil volunteerism within my community. He's the reason I work at the Y now. Student teaching in his school, which is School for Emotionally and Behavioral Disturbed Teens. After I graduated, he told me that the reason why he feels like he is a confident father now is because he was able to mentor and develop me as a team leader. I am forever changed.
Wow.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Charity.
That was beautiful. Okay.
Okay. I think we're ready. Should be a countdown on your screen. Does that seem right? Not a whole bunch of answers, correct? I can't. Don't ask me to put the code. I kid. All right, so I think we do this. We do this. Here's your first question, which if you're paying attention before, you might already know the answer. What's that? I'm not gonna share my screen again.
Can you read the questions anyway?
Yes. So this one was just the starter question they came up with. And this was what event did Franklin Roosevelt call a date which will live in infamy? Anybody want to shout out the answer before I?
December 7th, 1941.
December 7th, 1940.
B, the attack on Pearl Harbor. The next question. Which of the following is not a parochial school in Genesee County? Well, that was quick.
What are the options? I'm not on Crowd Live anymore.
St. Agnes School, Notre Dame, St. Joseph School, or St. Paul Lutheran School? And the correct answer is St. Agnes School.
That's
an A, Peggy?
That's my A.
Was that your YMCA?
Yes, my A.
All right, question number 3. Which Batavia City School District campus closed in 2014 due to consolidation? Would that be Batavia High School, Jackson School, John Kennedy, or Robert Morris?
Robert Morris.
We'll wait till that, got a couple more seconds left.
Oh my God.
And that is correct. Yes, D, Robert Morris. Question number 4. That would be, how many public school districts are in Genesee County? Don't shout out answers until everybody's all in, please. We got 6, 8, 9, or 10? Can't see Peg. All right, anybody have any guesses?
B, 8.
The correct answer is B, 8. I see some clapping over there. All right, next question. What college did Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen attend? Alabama, Ohio State, Notre Dame, or University of Wyoming? And that would be D, University of Wyoming. Peggy's cheering. In what year did Bergen and Byron merge school districts? 1893, 1951, 1963, or 1970? And that would be B, 1951. Did Mickey get that right? All right, should we do one more?
I don't know where else to put it.
We'll do one more. Former 10 NBC News anchor and New York State Senator Rich Funke is a graduate of which Genesee County school? Alexander, Notre Dame, Pembroke, or Leroy? Or Leroy, depending on where you are. And that would be C, Pembroke. All right, we're gonna go pause on the game. And we are gonna turn this over to, well, Peggy, what do you want us to do?
Turn it over to John, so, because.
That or do we need a break?
Oh.
Let's take a quick break, I think. Judith isn't due till 2:15.
Yeah, she's on though. Oh, but let's take a quick break. I think everybody stretch, stand up, answer your phone calls, and be with us for the last part of the day. Okay.
2:15.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I was trying to just be silly with those answers. All right, there we go. I'm going to pause recording.
Our next presenter, I'd like to introduce Judith Littlejohn. And Judith is a LG 15. I want to make that point out. So, but anyway, Judy is the instructional designer at SUNY Genesee Community College in Batavia. She has been teaching online courses since 2013. Littlejohn led her campus HighFlex team in creating HighFlex standards and supports in 2019. She frequently presents on several online learning topics, such as an increasing student engagement and open pedagogy projects and HighFlex course development guidelines, both at OLC Accelerate last year, as well as many SUNY presentations on building student metacognition, got through that word, and transparent assessment. Her podcast interviews on SUNY Oswego's T for Teaching, episodes 2 and 99, by the way, have been well received, as have the support website she creates for her workshops, the latest of which is responsive course design. Judith received the SUNY Award for Excellence in Instruction at Community Colleges in 2016 and a SUNY Chancellor's Award for Excellence in Professional Service in 2014. Littlejohn earned her MA in American History and World History from SUNY College at Brockport and holds a graduate certificate in instructional design from the University of Wisconsin-Stout. In her spare time, Judy enjoys hiking, painting, and building computers. So with that in mind, Judy's going to talk about the pandemic and how has it affected GCC, in particular faculty, staff, students, and across SUNY to the adult learner. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to Judy.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for reading that, John. I'm sorry about that dorky bio. That was from you. You asked me at the last minute, and it was just one that was posted on a presentation in August. So I'm like, hey, okay, here, read this. So you probably didn't need to know all that. But I do have a PowerPoint I'd like to share. If I'll just give it a try and see if I have sharing abilities. And do you see it? Does anyone see the PowerPoint? Yes, I got a thumbs up. Okay. And I want to make sure I get my chat open. Okay, because I know when you're sharing, sometimes it's hard to see the chat. But and I want to, if you have any questions, you know, this is a pretty casual group, so you could probably just shout them out. But if you feel like I'm talking too fast and you just wanted to get a question in, then please type it in the chat because we can go back through and respond to any questions there. And so yes, as John said, I'm LG 15. Woohoo! We had a great year, and I loved Leadership Genesee. And Peggy will tell you, I loved it. And so I'm really happy. I'm on the curriculum committee. I'm sort of on a hiatus from it just because of the COVID-19 impact on the college and all the ridiculous amounts of work we've had to do. So that's a good way to categorize it. We'll just call it ridiculous. But I'm looking forward. I was really happy to be able to do this today because originally I was supposed to be the curriculum committee liaison to this day and would have been, you know, working with the group all along and been with you all day, but that just didn't happen for me this year. But I'm hoping that things are going to settle down and I'll get back out to, you know, into helping out with the group. So I'm an instructional designer, and that means that I help ensure that faculty teaching online or, you know, using online tools in their courses, that their students are still meeting the same learning outcomes that they meet in the classroom. So we're looking for equivalent learning experiences. And what do you do online to ensure the students are having the same learning outcome met as you would in the classroom? That's my primary role. I also teach history online, and I do the faculty development. So I help work, you know, do workshops with faculty to help them learn our learning management system, which is called Blackboard. That's where the courses are online, or help them with anything they need, you know, Zoom or different online tools and things like that. So we got a lot going on. I'm the, yes, Sue, I met you actually, Susan, before your dad retired. He and I can't remember where we were. I think you were on campus. I remember meeting you because when I saw your name on the list, this is Susan Patero I'm talking to. Her dad did retire from GCC a few years ago. And he was one of the first people I ever worked with, because when I first started at GCC in 2000, I was working in the testing center, and your dad was responsible for some of the placement exam software. And we worked together testing all that pretty regularly whenever we do an upgrade and things. So, yep, I remember.
Yeah, because there were a few summers and winters that I interned with Susan up in, I forget which part. It was the next building over, but with the programming and stuff.
Nice. Yeah, but so I do remember your dad. Thanks for pointing that out. So, so I know, and I didn't have your agenda for the day, so I'm not sure what you've already covered. But I know that some of you from your class list, I know some of you are involved in education, and I'm assuming some of you are parents. You probably have school age youngsters at home. You may be students yourself. So I was thinking it would be fun or ridiculous maybe to share some of your experiences that you're having, either suddenly homeschooling, you know, helping someone else in your house, and what's going on, and what do you want to share about that. So this is a link to a Jamboard. I don't know if you're familiar with Jamboard. It's a Google product. It's kind of fun because you'll see if you click on the link, how about if I put that in the chat though, that'll make it easier for you to click on. If you okay, hang on. Let me get my, when you go to the Jamboard, you can, do you see it or not see it? Anybody see the Jamboard? Yes, you do see it? Okay. You can click, like this is a sticky note. I can move this around. This is a text box. You click in the margin on the left at the type of thing you want. So this square with a T is the text box. You can pull in an image from the internet. You can make a circle. You can draw with a pen, and it's kind of fun. So you can brainstorm. It's all anonymous unless you sign your name to it. So it's a great brainstorming tool. It's just a fun thing to do. Your sticky notes can be in different colors. But so if you want to share things, yeah, like your sticky notes, yellow, green, blue, pink, and orange.
Judy, may I ask, so does that mean everyone is working on this at once?
Yes, it's collaborative.
And is it saving? Because I know a lot of times we work on Google Sheets or whatever, it saves right away.
It does save right away.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice.
So yeah, you can write right on it. I put those two things on there just so you can get a sense of how it works. Yeah, so somebody wrote hi, and you can drag them and move them. You can resize them. It's pretty fun. So do that. Think about what's happening in your house around school and the pandemic. And then we can kind of take a look. We'll circle back and look at what people are adding there. And it's just there. You can do it anytime. So if something, you know, it's just something we say triggers a memory or an experience, go ahead and add it later. And so that's Jamboard. So I know I've been working with faculty all summer, and sometimes we were doing a lot of things, you know, March, April, May, June, while faculty's children were still in school. So we'd be halfway through a workshop and then they'd say, well, you know, Joe has an exam, I got to give him the computer. And so a lot of things like that have been happening. Not every house has a computer per person. They don't build their own like I do. So, so there's been a lot happening. So as far as the way COVID-19 impacted the college, we were shut down on March 17th, which, you know, is St. Patrick's Day, the weirdest St. Patrick's Day ever. I think we kind of knew by then that it was coming because we were already, we were in computer labs. So our students were on spring break, and we had commandeered all the computer labs in the college, and we were doing training for faculty. So people came in on spring break just for their own training. So we had different classrooms where we were training them on our learning management system, different classrooms they were working on Zoom. And as the week went on, we would take extra chairs out of the rooms in the morning so that people were already spreading out and social distancing when they came into the lab. And then we all saw the governor's tweet that day that said SUNY campuses are going remote. And we all had about maybe 2 hours to pack up everything we needed that we thought we'd need. And we were told we're staying home till April 1st. So grabbed all our stuff that we thought we'd need for 2 weeks and we came home. And then, you know, most of us didn't get back in there till July. So fortunately, public safety was awesome about watering your plants if you asked them to, because all our plants were dying, and people were able to get in occasionally to get the mail and do things like that. But I didn't go back myself until July 17th. And currently I'm in my house, and I work on Tuesdays and Thursdays on campus. I work from home Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And that's to lighten the load as far as how many people are on campus at one time. It's kind of a pain the way they set it up. Justin's not here, so I can throw him under the bus. Well, not him personally, but administration, if you will, because the way it's set up, every single day you have to pack up all your stuff to take it wherever you are the next day. And it would have been, I think, a lot more efficient if we had like been on campus Monday, Tuesday, so your stuff's there, and then home, you know, the rest of the week or something like that, because we're constantly packing everything up and unpacking it and then saying, well, here I had this folder, now it's at home, sorry, you know, so it's not the greatest plan. Personally, I would rather stay home, but anyway, this is what we do. And fortunately, it's an 8-mile drive. I have no complaints. So, so we were already training faculty on, my cats are chasing each other, on how to do different things in the learning management system. We have, I'll just pause and say, a lot of our faculty, fortunately, already taught online. So they had some familiarity. Either they would teach an entire course online, or they would supplement their face-to-face courses with online materials and use the grade book and things like that. So for most of them, I'd say, I would guess like 85% of the faculty already had some familiarity with the online tools. But you know, the other 15% really had a struggle here in the spring. But yeah, we just shared and borrowed resources with other campuses, and I'll just move to the next slide. So immediately as things started closing down, like first, what was it? One of the colleges in California closed down first, and you know, then there was like kind of a domino effect throughout the country, and people were immediately sharing resources. Like right away, they started up Google Documents with like just huge amounts of shared resources, like how to do labs online and videos of lectures and things like that. And I put a couple of examples in there. Let me see if I can, I'll throw a link to one of them out for you. Ooh, people are writing. So like this is an example. Do you see this ecology and environmental science materials? Or maybe not. I'll paste it in the link just so you can get a sense of the kinds of things that started right away. And so people were sharing just resources from all different colleges, and it's super helpful because there were a lot of resources that were shared that were more along the lines of how do we transition? You know, how do we keep going? You know, you don't start over with the beginning of the course now that you have to put it online, but how do you just make it as seamless as possible for the students to come back from spring break and just keep going with their coursework? So we had, sorry, okay. So all different things were shared and on different listservs. So, you know, listservs are just groups of people with a common interest who kind of come together at a website and share messages and information with each other. So, and then OERs is another thing, open educational resources. And those are super helpful. It's, those are materials that people make, and their copyright is such that they don't have to be shared. I don't know if it's affecting all of you. Oh, Peggy's internet was wonky. No, Peggy, just you. No, I think there was one day, well, more than one day. There were a couple of days when Zoom didn't work right, and that was just horrifying to all of us because we thought, now what are we going to do? But yeah, I think Spectrum maybe was overloaded a little bit a few times too. But I'm going to put in the link to this SUNY OER, the Open Educational Resources. So these, as I was saying, they're things that are copyrighted in such a way that you typically, they're copyrighted so that you have to acknowledge the author, and that's all you have to do. And then often it's share alike. So for example, if I copyright this PowerPoint, I would say, like, you can do what you want with it, but you have to attribute it to me and share it the same way I did, which was at no cost. So they're typically free resources that you can like repurpose, or we say remix. So you can add things to it. You can take out a part you don't need, add another article or whatever, and go ahead and use those for free. And so OERs are great because they're very flexible that way, and they are given to the student at no cost. So the student, if you find like an OER biology course, they don't have to buy the biology book. So it really helps students have all the materials they need right from the first day of class. And so it's equitable that way. And it's a great way to get crowdsourced information to improve a textbook that's online. So I like that. So immediately all these resources, a lot of the things we knew peripherally were there, but now this really forced us to confront these things and say, okay, what's the best one of this? What's the best one of that? What can we do? So because the students weren't allowed to come back to campus. So like if you lived in the dorm, and you went home for spring break and then you're told you can't go back. Well, unless you happen to bring every single book and notebook and, you know, all your things, then you're home and you're stuck and you really don't have the materials you need to work with. They did find ways to get students like in small groups back on campus to get what they needed once they realized that this was going to last beyond April 1st. So then to put in here beyond the walls opportunities, because that's part of the learning outcomes. We're going to circle back to that later. Because a lot of what we shared were ways to do service learning from a distance and ways that people could contribute to the society, either through like transcription or you know, writing articles and things like that from afar. So I just want to point out that we have Beyond the Walls there. It'll come back. So then, and SUNY has an amazing webpage. So now we look globally, we're funneling back down to SUNY. And SUNY really stepped up like nobody's business when they saw this going down. Because SUNY already had a big online presence with Open SUNY. And so the Open SUNY people expanded their resources and just sort of like scaled it up so that anybody could take advantage of all their services. And they put tons of things online and they did tons of workshops. And they're still ongoing. And what we did was they had different training sessions. They'd send out quick surveys, like, what do you need training on the most? Then they followed up with another survey and that said, like, what can you train people on? So you're constantly getting emails saying, can you present this and can you do that? And everybody just rose to the challenge to make sure that people had access to whatever training and resources they needed. I'm just typing this in because it's easier, but maybe that wasn't a smart idea. edu/COVID. And they did tons of drop-in help with their help desk. They also had drop-in instructional design help, and I volunteered there every night. So I would work here from home until 4, and then 4 to 5 or 4 to 6, I would go volunteer at SUNY's help desk and help whoever dropped in. Because at the time, like last spring, we didn't know, you know, like most of us were terrified. Remember, we were just like in our houses and all buttoned up, or washing the mail when we got it, and washing our hands constantly. And so we didn't know what was going to happen. And as the only instructional designer and faculty developer at GCC, I was afraid that if I got sick, there'd be nobody to help on the campus. But I don't work completely alone. I do have a gentleman named Harold Strassner, who's our Blackboard administrator, and he and I actually went to the, we took the same program at Wisconsin Stout, and we were in the same cohort. And so we have the same kind of like outlook and approach to faculty development and to teaching online. And so we back each other up all the time. But I thought, you know, if Harold gets sick, or if I get sick, we need all our faculty to be able to just go to SUNY and get all the help that they need. And so I was banking hours, thinking that all the hours I volunteered, then our faculty could have back in training. So I didn't get sick, but knock on wood. So the different things we did here at GCC, we made a remote template, and that's what I'm going to show you. And I was able, we already had some templates that we made, and So we quickly modified one for remote classes, and then we were able to in turn share that all throughout SUNY. So a lot of people are using our template, and that's kind of cool. And we do Zoom drop-in sessions. Like my Zoom room is open every day from 10 to 12 and then 1 to 3. So anybody can drop in, whether I'm here or on campus, because on campus we still can't meet in our offices. We're still isolated because our offices are too small for social distancing. So people can drop in anytime and I'll help them with whatever it is they're working on. So then we've scheduled tons of training workshops, and we made one called Responsive Course Design. And then I collaborated with some people that I work with at SUNY Oswego to make a website for responsive course design. And that way we could promote that, and anybody could go through the workshop there, no, regardless of whether you're affiliated with a college or not. You didn't have to go, it wasn't, behind a password protected site. So I'll show you that. And then, let's see, I'll grab that. Whoops. Well, all right, I'll just keep going. So that was the spring. And so in the spring, we shifted, this gets into semantics here and definitions, but we were shifted from face-to-face to remote as a response to an emergency. So there's a lot of leeway with that because we needed to get the courses done, help the students finish, help the students be successful, and, close the books on that semester and move on. Now we're in the moving on phase, and we knew all summer that fall was going to be remote, and we know that spring is going to be remote. So now it's not a response to an emergency anymore. This is planned and intentional. So because it's been going on for so long and we know it's coming, now we have to go back to all those remote courses and make sure they're meeting all the online requirements that a fully online course would meet. And this is where, so now we've gone through all the hair-raising craziness of the workshops and training all the faculty. Now we have to go back to those courses and make sure that they're really meeting all the standards that we have. So the main things are that we have to meet, each of these courses now has to meet quality standards, including accessibility, and it has to contain faculty's regular and substantive interaction. I'll show you that in a second. And then active learning has to be a big part of it. So the difference there means that we no more do you stand like I am in front of the group and just lecture for an hour and call that your class. Now it has to be active learning. So students are interacting. Like when I first joined your group here and you guys were doing trivia and talking to each other and guessing things and starting to collaborate on things. This is what has to happen in every class. Not necessarily trivia, but it happens in different ways. Even posting in the chat can be a way to be active learning. A great way to do it is to have in Zoom, you can pre-plan poll questions. And so if you have those ready, I could pop up a poll right now and say, what is the name of that learning management system I've mentioned a few times, and you'd have to type that in. And so this way, like you're engaged, you're listening, you're going to be asked a question, you're keeping yourself ready to respond. And that's just a whole different level of engagement that when you're just watching somebody talk and you're not going to be held accountable for anything. So it's a big change, and it's not always intuitive. It really has to be planned. So some of the challenges for that, just online and remote in general, and that probably some that you've seen in your houses, like Peggy mentioned already, internet access and internet wonkiness, we could call it. And then the cost of technology. If you didn't have enough computers in your house for all the users, suddenly you have to buy all this just to get your kid through a semester. And then we had a crazy time getting enough webcams for all the faculty to use from home. We were taking them off of office computers so people could take them home. And we did things like, do people like those document cameras, where you're writing on the paper and the camera's showing the image. So we took them out of classrooms so that the math faculty and science faculty could take those home and draw out their equations and things like that from their house. So I don't know what some of those classrooms look like anymore, but that was tough to try to get a hold of all the equipment. And then just all the trouble with focus and stress in a pandemic, because we have so many worries and concerns happening. And some proctored exams. So as an instructional designer, I don't really advocate for those. I advocate instead for what we call authentic assessment, where students are demonstrating in a personal way how they learned or what they learned instead of answering a multiple choice quiz. But we do have a lot of accredited programs that are separate, like nursing, for example, and they have to show their accreditors what exams were taken and things like that. And then they have to report back how they were proctored, so they know exactly what person took the exam and how long they spent and so forth. So that's something you have to solve from a distance now. How do students do their labs? How do they finish all their science experiments? And then other things like time and time management skills. Like sometimes it feels like it's still March, right? The way everything just froze and got so strange, and we just want everything to get straightened out. So I never know what month it is. I understand it's December and now there's snow, so maybe it's true, but I don't know. I feel so confused all the time. But and then neuromyths, that's a little bit different topic, and we're going to see that at the very end. And neuromyths get in the way of people's learning, and they get in the way of people's teaching. And you'll see that. You'll see what I mean by that soon. So hold on. So now let's take a quick pause from this and look at the Jamboard. Let me go escape. Oh, man, you'd think I knew how to do this, and I messed it up. Bear with me a second. So the Jamboard is here. And so, oh, somebody's children are lonely. Well, that's just a little bit heartbreaking. So, yep. So it's the synchronous, so remote learning at my house equals synchronous computer yelling. Some people have no kids. Some people experimented with shapes, lost direct connections. And do you need a cocktail? Try sitting on Zoom reading session with 15 second graders. Yeah, I am really glad. Man, I am so glad my kids are out of college already. So I'll just say that. I don't know how some parents did it. I had students in my online classes who just, I had one in particular, obviously she's taking her class online. Her mother lived with her, or maybe she had moved in with her mother, regardless. But her mother was also taking online classes. She has the two kids that they're trying to homeschool. And during all this, their grandmother was in a nursing home, and they didn't feel comfortable leaving her in the home, so they moved her into the house too. So I can't imagine what a day would look like in a house like that. And some of just all the things people are trying to juggle at once are just crazy. But now we're going to kind of flip over to a different Jamboard, which is this one, and say, what can we do about these challenges? So I'll throw this here. We know these things are a problem, and what can we do about it? And I call this, how might we? It's this one. How might we? What can we possibly do about internet access, the cost of technology or the availability? What can we possibly do to help people focus or relieve their stress? Or how do we solve that proctored exam or lab thing? And how can we help people with time management skills? Like, these are the questions, like when we get to the office in the morning or open our Zoom in the morning, this is what we're talking about all the time. Like, what do we do? How can we help? How do we alleviate any of this? So, sometimes you just wing it, and sometimes you really do find a solution. Like, I don't know how much of the education news you saw in the spring, but a lot of companies stepped up to really help out. Like Zoom for a while had lifted the 40-minute limit on free accounts so that faculty could lecture beyond 40 minutes without having to close their session and start a new one. A lot of different companies like Dropbox expanded how much you could store in a free account and things like that, just to try to help get through all these struggles. But now, you know, as the time goes on and we're getting into 8 months of this, 9 months of this, companies can't keep doing that. And we're not seeing as much of that. I know on Thanksgiving Day, Zoom took away the 40-minute cap and let people Zoom all day long. But other than that, I think most of those like exceptional or extraordinary benefits have been lifted. So, and maybe you don't have any of the answers for this, or maybe you do, and we can build on that. But it's just like the types of things we're trying to figure out so we can help people going forward. But there've been a lot of great opportunities, though. I guess this is the silver lining, right? That we can stay home, we can work from home. The students who are working with online materials, they have access to it whenever they want to. They can work on things in the middle of the night. You can submit your assignment, you know, provided you meet your deadline, you can submit work on your own time. So I think like things like that are helpful. We have a lot of remote support at the college, remote advisement, counseling, and tutoring. Obviously, those are not all 24 hours, but a lot of it, especially the tutoring, is pretty much 8 a.m. to midnight. So because we are in part of a network of SUNY tutors. So what we all kind of like share tutors. It's a program called Star New York where we provide, actually GCC literally provides a physics tutor who signs in, you know, so many nights a week and helps whoever in SUNY needs physics help. And because we contribute a tutor, then our students have access to whatever tutors they need. So they could log in and find an accounting tutor or, you know, a chemistry tutor, whatever they want. And we already had that in place as part of our online learning. So it just, you know, scaled out so that we could have more students take advantage of it. So that was cool. And then, no, forgive me for how hideous this slide looks, but just at 1 o'clock, I got a survey in the mail, and it was, SUNY did a survey, you know, across SUNY of all the students who are doing these remote online things now. And we got back the GCC part of the responses. So they had 170 students reply to this. And question number 14 says, if health and safety permits, I would prefer the following instruction mode for my spring classes. And so 38%, I'm not sure if this is very clear on there because I know that the font is kind of faint, but 38% want to be totally online. 12% want to be mostly online, and 21% want a mix of remote and in person. So even for how chaotic last spring was and how we're still trying to get all these things, meeting all their requirements online, like this is a huge percentage of the students. So so like 38 and 12 is 51. So 72% of the students want to keep doing it this way. So to me, like that's awesome. That's job security. No, it's it means that they're learning, they're getting the knowledge, they're meeting their goals. And then there was a lengthy section of student responses, and you know, you can see them here. I work remotely full time. I have 2 children. Going to school from home allows me to ensure that I don't bring the pandemic home. They live an hour away from campus, and so it'd be difficult to juggle everything. Another student just wants to keep it online as much as possible. And another one would prefer to have all online classes because it's convenient and they have transportation issues. So this is why a lot of our students were taking online classes anyway. And now we're just seeing it more kind of like expanded more. And we do have, we're the GLOW region, right? So we have students, like they'll have to drive from Arcade to Batavia for a 55-minute class and then turn around and drive back. And so like nobody has time for that. And it doesn't matter if you're an 18-year-old full-time college student or, a 48-year-old returning student. There's just too much going on in our lives every day. So it's awesome that the students are finding enough benefit in these remote course situations to want to keep going. And that it's also awesome that our faculty have risen enough to the challenge that they're still engaging and the students want to stay with it. So I think that was really cool. And I haven't really had the chance to go through that whole survey. I just skimmed it quickly, and it's just really interesting. But back to the standards that we have to meet now that we're planning, and I know this stuff is kind of boring, but I just wanted you guys to know that like we intentionally do a lot of things. Some of the things because we know it's in the student's best interest, but some of what we do is just because it's our accreditors say you have to do it this way. And we're not just making stuff up. We tell faculty all the time, like, I'm not making this up to make your life difficult. It's because, Middle States Commission on Higher Education says we have to do it this way. Or the Department of Higher Ed, and we follow, we have to be ADA compliant, and UDL that's an acronym for Universal Design for Learning. So we want to make sure all of our course sections are inclusive and accessible and ready for a diverse student body and things like that. So these are the kinds of things we look for when we're reviewing courses. And so Oscar, if you're really interested in this stuff, I'm going to put this in the chat. Oscar is Open SUNY Course Quality Rubric. And this is what I follow the most and share with faculty the most. And I know, and John McGowan's there, and I told him I would send him this and I forgot to, but I will follow up with you, John. But you can take a look here on the website too. This is what we use for our course reviews. And there are 50 standards that should work. And they're broken down into, engagement, activities, accessibility, and things like that, so that when we look at a course, we can see that the student knows what they're supposed to do. And let me try to get over to that pretty quick. What do we have, 20 minutes? All right, let's just do that now, hang on. I'm gonna show you, oh, come on. I'm gonna show you my cat in a second because she's headed this way. So this is a remote learning template. It looks a little messy, but this is in edit mode. So this is what we call our Start Here page. So when a student logs into a course, so they have, they log into this MyGCC, right? So let me back out a little bit. And when they log in, they see their list of courses by semester, and then they click on the one that they want to work on. So I made a course for you so you could see it. You're seeing this, right? You're seeing Blackboard? Okay. So it defaults to the Start Here page. And so it's got to say what the course is, so you're in the right place. And who's teaching this course. So I just said, Welcome Leadership Genesee, class of 2020. This is just me. This is just copied from before I got my hair cut. And it's just from one of my own history courses. So you have to tell who you are, because some of these courses, if in spring, the people had already been together in the classroom for half of the semester before we went remote, but that was it. So in the summer and fall, they're not together. They don't know who their teacher is. They don't know what you look like. So you got to make sure all this information is in here. How do you get a hold of me? How do we communicate? Who am I? So we put all this type of stuff in here. And then the keys they hear are how to get started. So I have them start with the syllabus, and how to navigate the course. It's like, how does this thing work? Especially for students who've never been able to work online before. Wait, I see there's one new thing in the chat. Oh, Yvonne saw a cattail. Yeah, that was Aowen. She thinks every day, so for years and like 13 years, her dinner time was 5 o'clock, but she thinks that since I'm home, it's dinner time. So she'll probably go by a few more times. So, and then every student who is new to online learning automatically gets put into a student success course. But since March, every single student has been put in the course, just so we know that students have access to the information they need to know how to work Blackboard and how to submit it as an assignment, how to get a hold of their instructor and things like that. So I think it's just called Student Success Course. They change the names all the time. And then in my course, this is just extra in my courses. I like to list expectations because my courses are different in that I don't teach in Zoom. It's only here in Blackboard. So they're not talking to me except for when we meet in office hours. But sorry about the scrolling. So this template, if you're the student, like this is your classroom, you walked in the door by clicking in the link on the link. And now you need to know, like, where do I sit in the chair? Where's the teacher? What do I have to look at? And what do I have to do? So here we walked in the door, we're getting a look at the classroom. And now it told us to start with the syllabus. So by that, we would come up here and click on syllabus and course information. So whatever is going to be the body, the content here is what we ought to call it in the course menu. And it's baffling. It's amazing how many people have a syllabus in their course, but they don't call it syllabus. they call it like, I don't know what they're thinking, like history fall or something like that, like a name that makes sense to you to save it on your computer, but the students have no idea what that means. So these are the kinds of things that I work with, you know, and try to help faculty understand file management. So could you imagine if you were a full-time student, so you're taking 5 courses, you're doing them all this way, and you start to download all the things from the course, and they all say like assignment, 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 or document. And you know, the students, they can't function like that. So you look in your downloads folder and it's total chaos. So I'm always saying things like you have to be intentional and mindful, even with things like naming your files. So anything that I do for History 101, every single thing I name like HIS 101 and then syllabus, HIS 101 assignment 2, or things like that to help make sure the students can be successful and not have to spend all their time like opening and reopening things they downloaded in the past because they can't find the thing. So it's just a lot of things like that. We give them prerequisite knowledge. What do they need to have? What materials do they have? And then here are these are your course learning outcomes right now. We were going to increase your knowledge, discover the impact, learn about opportunities, and identify the role of innovation. So I'm always telling Peggy that I'm always outcome driven, and this is an example of it. Every course is set up like this so that right from the beginning, we know that these are the learning outcomes we want to meet. So then each one we put in a course schedule, and this is a long one. I had just minimized it, but the more comprehensive and inclusive you can be in your course schedule and things like that, and this is right in the syllabus too, this just helps the students. Like they know what is going to be happening this week. They can budget their time. They can plan ahead. They can fit your course in with all their other courses and their part-time job and their kids and everything else that's going on. So the more information you give them up front, the better they are and the better they're going to be able to succeed, because you can't just, I'm just trying to find an example. So a lot of these are discussion. This is from a discussion-based course, obviously. But if suddenly we get to week 7 and also you got to do research this week, if they didn't know that, they're not going to suddenly have an extra 3 or 4 hours to suddenly do research, you know? So all the information we can give them up front is just going to help them out. And then as the instructor, it takes a lot of the burden off of you too, because they know the expectation and they know what's coming and they don't have to ask you all those questions. So these include a grading policy, so they know, oh, I didn't put it in, sorry. It's a little hectic. And the minimum technical requirements and skills for the course. And I always say high-speed internet and ability to upload files. We try to say webcam and microphone, but for different reasons, different students often can't use a webcam in their surroundings. And because those, sometimes it's just a FERPA violation, right? So FERPA is the Federal Education Right to Privacy Act, just like HIPAA in a hospital, we have FERPA in higher ed. So I can't, this is why I have this course here. I can't show you my live courses because I have students in there. And you would see their name and their comments and their grades and things like that. And that would be illegal, just like showing medical files. But we talk about netiquette, plagiarism, accessibility, and just different federal requirements. But this is basically what a course looks like. And then you would go to your weekly folders here to find out what's due this week. And then always have the link to the Zoom room so the students know how to get a hold when it's Zoom time. And then we put in some tips for the Zoom classics, the good experience. And so a lot of this stuff, here's all your course content and things like that. And then your discussion board announcements and how you're going to communicate asynchronously because you're not in there synchronously. So asynchronous, you're all at your own time. But you still have to do just as much communicating. But the key, another big key here, there's 3 main things that keep these courses successful by using a template. One is the student gets familiar with the classroom style, right? So they know what they're expecting or what to look for when they log into the course when they're all set up in a similar format. The other one is that all of these things in Find Help here, these are things that are mandated by law that we have in every single course. So those are down here, these accessibility and privacy policies, college course policies, and access to support and help. And when they click on this link, they can get personal counseling, they can reach financial aid, they can do all of those things. And we have to have all this present for any student wherever they are. And because the student or the college overall is working remotely right now, if they reach out to financial aid at midnight, they'll have a mechanism there where they can leave their message, ask their question, and then get a response in the morning when the office is staffed. So,
Excuse me, Judy.
Yes, John.
Our time is going to be up at 3:15, so we probably we might want to entertain some questions from the LG group at some point quick. So
let me, okay, that works. The rest of the slides were just, innovation and then doing things like, so innovation, obviously all this web conferencing, like think of how innovative you guys are right now compared to a year ago and how naturally you just get into Zoom and do all this. But a lot of the training and collaboration, and then we take a combination of reviewing the course, asking students for feedback and getting faculty's feedback on their own courses to implement revisions to the course. And then the last thing I had was I talked a little bit about neuromyths, and I have a quiz for you that's just for fun, and I'll give you that link. And then anyone, if you have questions down the road, obviously Peggy can put you in touch with me or Vaughn can, or you can just email me directly. It's just judithlittlejohn@gmail or at the college at jmlittlejohn@genesee.edu. So yeah, we got you most of it. There was just a definition there for regular and substantive interaction that we didn't hit. So let's go back to see if anybody solved anything in the Jamboard. More public access to rent the items. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I don't know of any way you can rent a computer or anything like that. That's a good idea. Share webcams with other campuses. We do that a lot because we have the Livingston, Orleans, and Wyoming. And we do have 2 campus centers in each, and we try to share what we can. And then if anyone figures out how to focus and time management, let me know. Is that Peggy? Did Peggy write that? No, that's Susan. That would be good. I think this rent part is interesting. But okay, so here is our neuro myths quiz. And I'm gonna put that in the chat. And this is just for fun. You can do it whenever you want. It does ask for your email. And I made this, it's my own Google form. I'm not gonna do anything with your email. It's just so you can get your score. So you can take that. And this is a picture I took. Does anybody know where that is? This is water. It's not anywhere around here. It's in the where is it? It's in the National Art Gallery in Washington, D.C. If you go down in the basement to have lunch, so I'm inside the building, sitting and eating. What was I eating? Probably Italian ice, because I love that, and having iced tea, and that's right inside there. Oh, Peggy, thanks. But so I know this is, and I can ramble on all day, so it's good that John reined me in. But what questions do you guys have, or what is it you want to know that because I'm too close to the subject to be able to take that 20-yard stare and figure out what it is somebody wants to know for the first time or second or third time. So let me know any of your questions. And people can talk out loud. Oh, and I'll stop sharing the screen. We don't have to keep looking at that picture.
Judy, I just have a question. Everything that you shared with us is Google today, or of that base. Is that all that is being done now at the schools, or has that been the easiest way? I just kind of find it interesting because industry-wide, I'm not finding that people are using Google. It's still a Microsoft-based product and development and Word. And so just kind of wondering what that looks like.
No, that's a really good question. We are not, so Google is really big in education, and you hear a lot about Google schools or Google campuses. We are not a Google campus. We are a Microsoft campus. But if we're trying to share things and collaborate, so Microsoft is horrible for collaboration, right? Like you couldn't be Jamboarding a Microsoft product. It just doesn't work. But the reason we use Google is, so about 3 years ago, I think the college made the decision to move the students' email out of Outlook and into Gmail. So we're not a Google campus, but our students have Gmail accounts. And with that, they don't get the whole Google suite, but they do get docs and sheets and slides. They get their own Google Drive. And so on our campus, I like to use Google with the students because it's easy for them. They don't have to buy Office. And when I'm collaborating with other campuses, it's just easy to share because you can set things up, as people might have to authenticate, or they might have to have, use an email that's part of an organization, or you can just have things open to anybody, like those Jamboards are. Anybody on earth, if they stumble across those Jamboards, could fill out little Post-it notes to their heart's content. But we just find it the easiest and fastest, is super fast, to be able to throw something together and collaborate on it and share it. And that's really the only reason. If Office were that easy to use and share and collaborate, then we would be doing it that way.
It's interesting that you say that. I said to Yvonne earlier today, CCE updated our systems and added Microsoft Teams. And we haven't even, I can't even be bothered.
I know.
because It's like, okay, stop.
I know, I hear you. Because so we have Teams. John, did you know we have Teams? Probably not. He probably doesn't. He's muted. But like nobody has time to do Teams, even in, you know, especially our help desk people. They don't have time to implement that.
I would rather pick up the phone and call somebody.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, the reason for my question, I just wondered, is because we're actually, as we've been hiring in people, they're only familiar with Google. And so now we are trying to teach them Microsoft, which is very interesting on that end. And then kind of vice versa as well. We have a few things that do come through as a Google. And so I'm dealing with the outside in the community, trying to teach people Google. So I just was curious. But it's more so bringing in the younger generations and teaching them Microsoft, because they're not, I don't think a lot of schools are using Microsoft anymore.
No, well, I mean, keep in mind that a lot of the schools have Chromebooks.
Yeah.
So Chrome is Google, and Chromebooks don't even support Office. So you can't put it on your Chromebook. So and it's just I just think like you can't beat the price, right, with all this free Google stuff. And
Here's the opposite of that. I don't mean to interrupt you, but Karen sent me her slideshow in Google Slides last night, and I thought, okay.
Well, that's exactly what I was just going to say. So when you're in Google, you can take your Google Slides and save them as a PowerPoint.
Yes,
and you
I
can
did.
take your Google Docs and you can save it as a DocX.
Right.
And so that's my philosophy, is let the students do it for free. And we might need it in a specific format for grading on our own computers. And so you just tell them, you know, just say, hey, use your Google Doc, but save it as a DocX before you submit your assignment so that I can read it. And if you can't open it because of the file extension, we just push it back and say, you know, give it another shot because I can't open this.
What's also, Judy, interesting, just from a management perspective, and you talk about teams, the pandemic has really forced us to work with technology in a team environment. So a tech team, for example, I mean, before pre-COVID, we'd have a team meeting in the Best Center. That no longer happens, or we work on a project. Now it's utilizing technology to solve problems, communicate. So it's really, you know, provided an opportunity where we do something different. You know, is it as efficient? I guess that's up to us. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a fan of Google. I don't mind. Sometimes it's creepy if I'm talking out loud and I say something like, geez, I'd love to go cross-country skiing. And then I go in to open a web browser and then it's telling me where I can buy cross-country skis. Like, that's a little unsettling.
Yeah, it is.
But it happens. But I also have, you know, I've got Alexa behind me. I can just say, Alexa, you know, shuffle playlist B Hamilton, and she'll start it right up. And so I can sing along with Hamilton all day. And she's starting. But you know, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're either.
I'm not sure about that.
Alexa, stop. Sorry about that. But and then I have the Amazon one. Or no, I have both of them, Alexa and the Google Home. Yeah, that's in the other room. But because I don't want them talking to each other. So I think I don't know. I think the technology that makes your life easier is good. And if you can do it inexpensively, that's all the better. But yeah, so just helping the students understand that goes back to the file management. Like, how do you save your file so that you can share it appropriately in the environment that you're in? So Susan said, my Alexa was trying to answer questions, so I had to turn her off. That's funny. Oh, her wake word is computer. I left mine at obviously the ALEXA word, so I won't say it. So she'll chime in.
That's funny.
But yeah, so
Any other questions for Judy?
Is this the end of the day, or have you got more to do?
We just have a little bit more to do, and then we're gonna call it a day. It's It's been a good one.
Good.
Well,
Well,
I
if,
just want to thank, on behalf of, again, LG 20 and the design team, I want to really show an appreciation for Judy taking the time out of her schedule, and it's very informative. Kind of brings a whole new different world for adult, just not only from the learning modality, but the delivery of the topic. So
yeah, and as I said, if there's any questions later on, just shoot me an email, or Peggy can put you in touch with me. And I'm really happy to be able to do this. I hope it was interesting and helpful, or just give you that other perspective on what's going on the other side of the remote classrooms.
I thought it was very cool.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. It's fun. It's good to see
Oh,
everybody.
I do have one quick question. How did you share? I thought in Zoom, you had to be a host or a co-host to share a screen.
It's in your security settings. And who's the host? Whose Zoom is it?
Well, it was me.
So that's the way you have it set. It's the way you have it set up in your security settings.
Okay.
If you
That's okay.
yeah, go down in security, or sometimes you have to go out to zoom.us, in your web browser to see how your account is set up there.
Yeah.
And yeah, because if you're teaching classes, you don't want people sharing screens or coming in with their microphones on or anything like that. You want to be able to allocate permission for that when the time's appropriate.
Well, I thought that was the way it was set up when I set up the Zoom, but I will say this Zoom changes stuff all the time.
Well, this is a true story. And imagine trying to train people, because every week it's all in a different place. You're trying to show people how to set up a doodle, or not a doodle poll, but a Zoom poll, and how to get at that responses. And every week they're changing it. And you're like, well, you just got to be kind of flexible and click around and see what you find and try to be cool about it till you find it. But
all right. Well, thank you. That was good for me.
You're welcome. Take care, everybody, and good luck with the rest of the program. Bye-bye.
Thank you. That was awesome. I really enjoyed her a lot. And I know there's not a whole lot of people left on, but I just want to quickly say, Danielle, did you want to ask any more questions on the trivia? No. Okay. I will ask, what was the article on the poster at St. Joseph School that you have to be like with your masks?
You treated it like it was your underwear. Yeah.
There you go. Your underwear. I love that. That is so awesome. All right, just real quick. I mean, maybe show of hands. What'd you feel about today? As a community leader, how's this going to help you, do you think? You can unmute. Eric, let's listen to you. He took his video off instead.
So yeah, this is what I do every day. So I totally understand why I was on the, the pre-work whatever thing committee that we were supposed to do, which by the way, I have started ordering books that are more about trades rather than just the occupations that would involve a college degree.
For the library?
For the library, yep.
Good for you.
Not that I can find a heck of a lot of them, but when I find them, I try to make sure I order them.
Yeah, good. That's awesome. One thing. Go ahead, Nate.
I'd love to do that tour of BOCES sometime, whether it's in small groups or something. I just, I thought I knew BOCES pretty well, and it turns out it's so much deeper.
We will definitely, that'll be on the list of things that we will schedule to do when things get opened up again. Definitely. For sure.
So I know you said we could join in pretty much any day for the 2021 season. What about joining 2022 when we're definitely doing more tours? Because I get the feeling their spring is not going to be what our January and February were.
We are going to remain, as I think good leadership should, as flexible as possible for a long time to come, I'm sure. So we'll figure it out. We also have alumni days that we schedule things just for alumni. So, but you know what? We'll just make things happen. That's what we have to do. Right, Danielle?
Absolutely.
Yes. Any other thoughts about today? I'm going to read you a quote real quick before we go, but any other thoughts? One thing I did think about as a leader is that whole broadband question in communities that don't have internet access. So I know that that's one of the top things that are on the county list of things to do, but now with the financial picture so bad, it may not happen right away, it may not happen for a while, but those communities that don't have broadband, this is what happens. They don't have access to learning for their kids, and it's not great. So thank God for a program that Charity has, but that's what I thought of anyway. So any other comments for the good of the group? It's been a long day. I appreciate Rebecca and Danielle and John and Karen Winters. She did a great job with that quiz. Even though it didn't work completely the way that we thought, I thought it was fun the way it did work. It was awesome. Just goes to show that, we can do things. Danielle, you unmuted. Did you want to say anything?
No, I was just agreeing. No, just in case you made me, if you needed me to say something else, I was ready to go. The quiz was good. There is more questions, but some other time.
Yeah.
But what I was just gonna say too is kind of like echoing on what Nate was saying about BOCES is, I've been on this design team now since 2009, and I still every year, not just there, but every year I learn something different about various education points, perspectives, et cetera, whatever you want to call it, in our community. Every time I'm on this day, I pick up something else. And it's not just today, and it's any LG day, but like I said, I've been doing this now for quite a while, and I'm still just amazed at all the great things that are out there and available to not just the kids, but to adults as well.
Well, and the whole idea that Chris Swazi from the class of 2008 from the EDC, how hard they are working. What's the matter, Rebecca?
Laughing at Danielle.
I know, a little Chris plug. How hard they're working to help develop a path for future workers in areas that we know are going to be lacking. I keep telling the guy that does plumbing for me, he's about the same age I am. I said, you can't retire or I'm SOL, literally. So I said, just keep working for a while until we get enough people in the community that are going to take over those jobs that people, don't think they want. And yet great incomes for people and great stability. So it's really impressive, the work that's being done in so many different ways. So before we go, I am going to just share this quote with you by Lynn Joy McFarland, because our leadership capacity today really focused on being a visionary. And I'll just read it. Vision provides a way to align people with a higher purpose so that they move in concert as they exercise their own judgment and release their full potential. Education and lifelong learning. So I thank you. Yvonne, if you could stay on just for another minute. And thanks for being with us the whole day. It was awesome. I loved it. Yay.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Oh, that's true.